Welcome to Northwoods Survival, where we test our grit against the Yukon. We've emptied our savings, quit the daily grind, and headed north to see if a better life awaits. It has been a long drive getting up here, guys. We are on the first day of April. Had to time our arrival. Did not want to arrive in the snow. There is still snow in the forecast up here in the Yukon in the middle of spring and even into summer. But knew we need a couple of days to get set up. So I've been watching the weather, and today is the day we need to get up here. So now that we're arriving, what are we doing in the Yukon? We are here to test ourselves against the Yukon in a hardcore survival playthrough. We have pre-purchased for $50,000 the forestry rights to a piece of property up here that allows us to cut down the trees, sell the trees, process the trees, and live on that piece of land, but we do not own it. We are limited to a small portion of the piece of land. The owner has marked off which portion we're allowed to use. We do owe the owner $250,000 once we've completed the cutting on the first portion of the piece of property, or when we've been up here for 1 year. So either way, we're going to owe him an additional $250,000. And guys, here we are coming up to the property. He said it had a gate marked by a bunch of stones. Here it is. So, and after we pay the owner the $250,000, that gets us the rights to the second half of the piece of land where we can go cut down trees, and we will owe him another $250,000 upon completion of the second piece of land as well, or at the end of year 2 if we take that option. But what did we come up to the Yukon with? Let's take a look. We have our trusty 1-ton 1997 Ford, dragged all this stuff all the way up here. We have our camper, we have our Jenny, we have our Polaris side-by-side, and our dirt bike. So let's get some stuff unstrapped and get going. Now, for this challenge, we are going to be running the clock at 3x all the time. So let's go ahead and get that started. And that is good to go. All right, this strap is being funny. Let's see what's going on with this one. Maybe too tight from the trip up. You know what might just be easier? Let's just undo them all. So let's link that up. Let's throw those straps off. Let's dump it back down. And pop back out. Okay, that didn't work either. Off to a good start as always. Alright, we'll do it this way. All the straps are off. Alright. So, the first order of business here is we need to get in the Polaris. And we need to, that's the generator, we don't want to be in there. Get into the Polaris and we need to go explore our land. So, he said there's a trail up here, pretty well marked, through the piece of property. And then there's a second gate where our forestry lease ends, where we no longer have access to the land. Trying to remember. Let's see here. It's not that one. There it is. Let's see about that. Alright. Gonna get tied up in here. So, follow the trail up. Man, this is super narrow. He said there have been a couple people back here looking at it, but no one has really done anything in regards to developing the land, maintaining the land, keeping trails. A piece of land's been in his family for years and needs the cash, so that's why he's selling us the forestry rights. So all these trees in here, we have the right to cut and process or sell, whatever it is we want to do. We can establish ourselves on the land, and then I can already see it coming up here in the distance. He said there's a second gate up here, and that is the end of the lease. So our first year lease, we can process everything from between the road and here. And then he said they also marked the trees at the end of the lease for us as well. So jump out here. Yeah, so he's painted all these trees. So we stop when we get to these orange marked trees. We can't cut anything further back than that. Okay, so he's marked them on that side. That's nice and clear. I want to make sure we know where we're stopping. Not that we're going to get anywhere near the back of the property today, but just in case we had any questions, wanted to take a look. So yeah, okay, so there's a bunch more trees with the orange paint on them. All right, so basically everything from here to the road on this piece of property, we have bought the forestry rights to for $50,000. It does come, as we discussed, with that heavy price tag. We do have a balloon payment due in 1 year, so April 1st next year, we'll owe $250,000, whether we make a cent on this property or not. Or if we get done early, we do have rights to pay that payment when we have the money and then move on to the secondary piece of land, the back half as well. When that's completed and we pay the second $250,000 payment, so we're into the property for $550,000, we will own it. We do purchase it at the end of that process. So we do have the right to skip that lease. We could do just the first portion, pay the existing $50,000 payment to pay the second or the first $250,000 payment. And if we don't want to buy the back half, we don't have to, but we don't own any land. So going to have to see how all of that goes. But this is, I mean, the overgrowth here, the trees are great, but it is so inaccessible back here. We're going to have to get in here and start clearing a pad. I imagine we're going to end up trying to get the RV like up to this area maybe. Get it cleared out a little bit. And I don't, that is some thick brush and trees. Yeah, I'm not pulling the RV up here. We'll get stuck for sure the way it is now. So, all right, so we're going to have to get to work here. We're going to have to figure out what we can get done today. I did pre-order a set of starting equipment at the store. Costs us $102,000, $102,450 worth of equipment that we had to take out on a loan. So we have a 2-year, 3.5% loan for $102,000 and change. And we have $4,500 payments due every month for the first 2 years on that equipment. And that is just basically, as you guys will see here shortly, that is a trailer, that is a skid steer, a couple of attachments, and a water barrel, because we're going to have to be hauling our own water. So, yeah, wow. I'm excited. Also a little bit nervous about everything we have going on here. So I think the only step at this point is going to be to head up to the store and pick up our new equipment and try to get started. So what are some of the other constraints on this series? Well, a couple things. I'm going to post a link above to the in-depth challenge video introduction. I'm going to go through, in that video, I go through all of the rules, the setup, everything else. If you want to play along with this one, the starting map with all the mods and all the setup done is available on my Patreon. The mod list will be available on Discord as well if you want to start on your own and not go through Patreon. But that video is going to go deep into the rules. The rule set is pretty significant. It'll be linked in the video description. But basically, the keys here are we have to feed ourselves. So we're going to be fishing. We're going to be raising chickens and cattle, I imagine. We have to have a greenhouse so we have food every day and can survive up here. We will, at least initially, be carting all of our own water to keep ourselves, hydrated and bathed and just all the things we need to do every day. And that water will also help feed any animals and the greenhouse that we end up having to get. In addition to that, we are stuck on a 3x time scale. The work day, as we're calling it, is from 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. We are required to take 3 meal breaks of 30 minutes each day. So if we start at 6, we could take a meal break from 7 to 7:30, and we were not allowed to work during that time. We have to go eat. We could also start our day a little bit later. Say we start our day at 6:30, we could have eaten breakfast before we left. So we're going to have time for meals as well. Any productions that we get into, things like if we purchase a sawmill, if we do, if we decide to make bread, those productions can only run if we are present at the production. So if we want to run the sawmill, we can fill it up with wood, then we have to stop working, turn on the production. It can run as long as we're not working, and then when we want to go back to work, we turn the production off. So productions will not be running in the background. There are significantly more details to the playthrough and the challenge. As I said, the rules and conditions we posted in a link in the video below, and there is a in-depth video going over all of that stuff as well. So if you're interested in that, go for it. If you don't really want to get behind the scenes too much and just want to enjoy the series, by all means do that as well. But if you're interested in the details of the challenge, the rules, the stipulations, the restrictions, all of that is available for you to either read and enjoy or to use on your own Northwoods Survival playthrough. So that is the gist of it. If you're looking down in the bottom right hand corner, we do have the advanced damage system installed. So our vehicles are going to require additional repairs. We also are playing with realistic weather as well. So we do anticipate getting a notable amount of snow. We are on hard economy, and we have the enhanced animal mod installed for our chicken and sheep or any other animals we get into. So here we are arriving up at the shop. Look at that big loader over there. That is crazy. So we do have a scale at the shop. We are going to have to be careful about overloading our vehicles. So if we have something that needs to get back to, you know, the homestead area, the base of operations, and our truck can't pull it, we will have to borrow the shop semi-truck and pay a delivery fee for that. So lots and lots going on there. All right, let's see. What do we need to do to get the ramps out on this one? Is it? Nope, not that one. Here come the ramps. Alrighty. So here is our starting equipment from the shop. We have the Diamond Tri-Axle utility dump trailer, also works as an equipment hauler. We have the Case TV 370 tracked skid steer. We have a ground mulcher. This is the Lawless, or the Lofness, sorry. We have a log grab, pallet forks, a TerraFarm-enabled front bucket, and here is our water tank. So we're going to go ahead and get a bunch of this stuff loaded up and get started. I'm hoping we can take at least most of this in one trip, but I am thinking it might end up being 2 trips to the shop, which is just part of, you know, getting started here. Alrighty. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, we got that done. Get that up and running. And we will get everything loaded up. That pulled all the way forward. As you can see, our little skid steer just squeezes on to our trailer. We are going to be sort of at capacity for the trailer with all these things, but that is life. Let's get everything in and loaded. I'm thinking we're going to have to put the... I'm not sure if the bucket will... oh, gotta get the forks up higher. Hold on. If the bucket will fit in the trailer, that might have to go on the truck bed. We'll have to see how all of that works. Alright, can we slide this underneath? That is the thought, at least. Yes, we can. Perfect. Getting everything stacked up nicely. Question is, is the bucket wider than the trailer? It was nice of these guys to get everything loaded up for us. And there you can see our Terraform-enabled bucket. We will be doing terraforming. We will be painting the ground with gravel, actually using real gravel to put in paths. And ooh, is that going to fit? That's not going to fit, guys. I'll be using real gravel to paint in our paths and pathways. We'll be using it to carve in any ground construction we need to use it for. So lots and lots to come with the terraforming as well. Go ahead and drop the sides and see if we can't get this bucket on the back. Alrighty, here we go. Yep, I say it's gonna be tight. We might have, yeah, it's not liking that hitch, is it? Or is it hitting the toolbox? I think it might be hitting the toolbox collision there. Let's see what happens if we detach it there. Man, that'll work to get it back. Classic case of it fits, it ships type situation. And as usual, that's not going anywhere. All right, I don't foresee getting the water tanker in this trip. I think that's going to be a bit of a stretch to get with everything. So let's get our forestry mulcher. This thing will remove small trees, stumps. It'll clear the ground, remove the brush. Is going to be an absolute workhorse here on the homestead. Oh man, this is also going to be super tight. Will that fit down in there if I... No, we might just leave it up in the air. I think it might fit, but we won't push it. You know what? If I can get those guys to put the barrel in the back, I think. Let's see. I think that barrel's going to fit. I'm going to go talk to the shop guys and see if they'll load it up for me. All right, I'll be right back. Well, glad we don't have state troopers up here in the Yukon. We're far enough north that we don't see many. But they were able to lift the barrel in for us and get us on our merry way. So we have our equipment, and we are heading back to the forestry site. I am excited to get to work. Also, just thinking about how much we have to get done. I'm not even sure we'll get the camper onto the property tonight. We might be sleeping on the side of the gravel road here, getting everything all set up and ready, but we will get there. So a good start to the Yukon. Got all of our equipment picked up. Now we just got to head back and get everything unloaded. The great news is the Polaris has a hitch on the back, so it can pull the water tanker out. I'm not sure where we're going to get water. There are some, I mean, obviously there's a ton of water around, but there are some steep banks around the river here. And I'm concerned that even with that mighty little Polaris, if we get that tank full and we're on a steep bank, it might get pulled in. And they've got a little bit of water on in the camper, in the tanks. You know, we'll get through the next couple of days. I made sure to top off at the last site before we stopped. And so we're not in like dire need, but we're gonna need to get stuff up and running here and find a suitable source of water. But you can sort of see the bank over here along the edge on the left-hand side. That is very, very steep. We might have to build ourselves a ramp down to the water if we can't find a better option. We'll just have to wait and see. Also noticing that last leg of the trip really burned through fuel. I mean, that camper with the Polaris and the dirt bike and the Jenny, I mean, that thing is heavy. It's like 16,000 pounds fully loaded, which for this truck is right at its payload limit. So we were burning diesel getting up here, and you know, there aren't just gas stations around here in the Northwoods, so we're going to have to figure out, might need to go back and get a couple of 55-gallon drums of fuel to sort of figure out what the best option there is. So we'll take a look at that as we get going. So almost back to the site. I think I see the camper up there in the distance. There it is. Probably could have pulled that a little better off the road. Be a polite neighbor if anybody shows up. So let's let's get unloaded and see about getting to work here. Got to get the side of the Ford open. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to move the, oh boy, there's a lot of tension on that strap, I take it. Nope. Settle down. We're switching. There we go. All right. So, first order of business, pick up the water tank, get it out of the way. This is why we brought the Polaris with us. Gonna hop on out, loop around, and grab that and just pull it right out of there. And I think we get it out of the way. And it is so muddy up there. That's going to be a challenge. And maybe just pull this guy into the woods over here a little bit. Alright, so we have a water tank. That's great news. Jump up here. I guess we should put the ramps down, shouldn't we? That'd be a helpful thing to do. So, we're here. And right about there should do it. Alright, so I think the plan... Oh boy. I think the plan is going to be to get everything unloaded. Then I think we need to start widening this access and start getting up to the area we want to work. So I'm going to put the mulcher down right over here. Because that's the tool we're going to use first. Oh, come on. You're not really caught. Alrighty. Oh, I guess we grabbed the log grab first. Alright, I think this stuff we'll put over here on this side, out of the way. I'm assuming that crime up here in the Northwoods is not going to be a big concern. I mean, obviously you don't want to leave stuff just sitting out with keys in it, but I also feel like, you know, if we ran to the store and our stuff was over here locked up, or at least the skid steer wasn't accessible, people couldn't pick it up and take it by hand, we'd be relatively safe. And lastly, let's get our bucket off the back of the truck. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, now I do feel badly about having the camper in the road. So let's get the trailer positioned. And disconnected, and let's get the camper. We'll have to figure out where we're going to put the camper. It's going to be, I don't want to say touch and go, but it is going to be a bit of a project. Okay, so the camper, I think we'll just pull off the side over there. I think we'll load this trailer right over here. We're going to pull logs down, and this will be our first landing here. So if we can just get that sort of squared up there, that will be great. Excellent. And then let's get connected back to the camper. Alright. We can throw a couple straps on there. The dirt bike and the generator are still on there. We don't want those to go flying anywhere. I'm not also too keen on taking the camper like really far off the road. I want people to be able to see it, know it's there, so there aren't no one hits it or anything. Just don't want to be blocking if you got big logging trucks coming through or mining equipment or anything else. Don't want that to be a problem. So let's assume that is going to work. And then we'll get pulled up over here. Alright, and I think the next step is just to get after getting this access road widened a little bit and trying to get up to the top. So we will see how this goes. I think it is going to be a muddy mess. So, yep, I mean, we can sort of bulldoze our way through the small stuff. Thinking a pass or two on the outside of the existing trail. There, so we can get rid of. Yeah, we gotta fight the terrain a little bit here. Oh, we can get tipped better too. Is the other thing. That's not hard to do. And we gotta get the lights on already. It gets dark in here in the forest. Alright, so this is sort of where I envision the landing being. Starting up here. Get all this round out. We'll head back down the other side of the trail. Start widening a little bit. We're going to need plenty of width and access to get the camper up here, the truck. I imagine we'll have, bigger equipment someday, and maybe even logging trucks, or maybe get into mining, or who knows, maybe we open a commercial fishing operation. But whatever it is, I just imagine that having an adequately sized access road is going to be relatively important, whatever we end up doing. Okay, so that's pretty good right there. I think we've got to clean up a few spots heading up this side, and it is muddy. I do not want to bring the camper up here. We're going to have to go get a load of gravel from the store and gravel this roadway in. All right, come on. What we got going on here? I know, we're on a hill, makes everything more challenging. It's got to grind it all up. I think we're getting pretty close. Right, there we go. Okay, I think the next step is to start removing trees. And then we got to do some stump grinding. And this is going to be a lot of work. Okay, and let's get that up. Let's get that off. Get this guy out of the way. Just park him over here in the trees. The lights turned off. Get turned around real quick, and done. Love the tracks for that. Can just sort of spin in place as needed. Now, have our fishing rod. We have our trusty Husqvarna saw. I don't know how many trees we're going to be able to cut before we got to start clearing, but we're going to get after it. So, that one's got to go. I think these two have got to go. And we're going to cut down hundreds and hundreds of trees, I imagine, to get this land cleared. But the first couple, we're just trying to make some space to get up here and be able to get some work done. So that will work there. Probably shouldn't have put the Bobcat underneath that Widowmaker over there. Need to have our Bobcat crushed in first day up here. All right, and I think we try to get this guy. Let's see if we can get a little angle on him. We have to skip out of the way for that tree coming down. All right. Get these things de-limbed. We're not catching on everything coming down. I think this tree's, yep, that tree's going to be a potential problem, but we'll get there when we get there. These trees are huge. Let's see how far back I am just to get that one de-limbed. I don't even think I got all the limbs off of it. Alright, there we go. A couple more over here. There we go. We can start to see what we're doing here. The dead wood. Get all that chopped up. Okay. I think that is the first couple of trees down, guys. That's exciting stuff. All right, let's drag them down here, and that may be the extent to what we were able to get done in the first episode here. It has been a busy first episode getting here and getting set up. We are going to assume that the truck can handle dragging some logs down the mud. It could get stuck. You never know. We're just going to have to wait and see how this gets going. Alright. Yep, it is. Oh, that is rutted up. Okay. And here we go. First log. Coming down. Drag it from the front. Don't have a rear winch on the truck. May have to get some sort of skidder to pull logs down. I don't think we're pulling down to the entry every single time. I think we'll get a forestry setup going in here, but for now we don't have any room to work up there, so everything is going to come down here, and oh yeah, that is rough on the old truck. Yep, look at that. That's why you gotta be careful with winch lines, kids. That will mess up your day. Okay. That one might need to be repositioned a little bit. Let's see. Without hitting the camper. Let's see if we can get this one pulled around. Can't have it in the road. So gotta get it over here. Alright. I think that's gonna be it. So we'll get a couple more pulled down. And we gotta get them chopped up and loaded into the trailer. And I imagine we're taking our first load over to the sawmill. So let's see how we do. About getting the second one down there. Okay. Can we get it around the stump? Yep, I say that stump's going to be a potential problem. Oh yeah, we are fighting the ruts, skidding all over the place, and we got to get it over here around the other one. And we make it work. Nice and easy. Get it pulled out. Don't want it overlapping the road. Alright. Wild amounts of success. Well, guys, that's going to be all for the first episode. That is the very beginning of a huge adventure in the Northwoods. We got up here with our camper. We still have our dirt bike. We got our generator for some power. We got our trailer and all of our attachments for the skid steer. We have the water tanker behind our little Polaris side-by-side there. We got our drive put in, well, cut in and just, I don't know, muddied, I guess is what we accomplished with that. Cut down the first couple of trees to get our landing area going at the top of the hill so we can get our camper set up here and get a base of operations going. Have a few trees cut down and am ready to get to work. So thank you so much for joining me on the first episode of Northwoods Survival. I am super excited for how this series is going to go and the challenge it's going to present. Don't forget to check out the full explanation video of the challenge and the rules, restrictions, stipulations, all that kind of stuff. That'll be linked in the description down below. And as I said earlier, if you want to start out and play along with me on the new series, the full game save with the mod list is on Patreon, and or all the mods are on the Patreon. If you want to just check out the mod list and start your own version, that is available over on Discord. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for the Northwoods from this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Right back where we left off in April, a little later in the morning. Still working on getting these trees down the hill to the landing. Got to get them processed, get the area up here cleared, and start getting a work area established at the top of the hill here. So let's drag a couple more logs down. We're going to have to cut and process them, get them into the trailer, and see how all of that goes. Pulling in this mud is definitely proven it's proven to be an uphill battle in the Yukon right from the start. But we will persevere. Maybe try to get this one drawn in just a little bit. Got to sneak it by this one over here. And yeah, we're starting to get a pretty nice pile of logs here. That's nothing to shake a stick at, as they say. So let's go up and grab, maybe, I think there's two more up there. We'll see about grabbing at least one more to get started. I don't want to clutter up our entrance too bad, just in case we have to get stuff in and out. We should be alright, but just want to make sure. So let's go ahead and grab this guy back here, see if we can get him pulled out. Not a great idea parking under that Widowmaker, but we're gonna risk it for the biscuit here real quick. So grab our line, and that one, I mean, this one might be fairly well wedged. We're gonna have to see how this one comes out. Trying to pull it just straight the direction it's lying, but it's on top of a partially downed deadwood and then pinched the other way against that tree. So we might have to do a little bit of jigging around here and try to get it to cooperate. Maybe pull it a little, yeah, get it off the dead tree, and then can we get it to square up? I think that worked. Probably winching it in just a little bit to shorten up the strap. We should be good to go here. It is just, we are fighting this mud, that is for sure. Let's see if we get backed up and straightened up a little bit, get a little bump and run. There it is. We're definitely going to have to look at some kind of skidder, puller, or something else. I mean, the Ford's a great truck, but it is not meant for all of this work, and certainly is, you can hear it groaning and grunting. It is getting it done, but it is under duress. So I think we'll bring the skid steer down here and see about getting these logs squared up and cut up and loaded, and then we'll be moving on with our day. So alright, that one is beautiful, done. Didn't hit the camper, even better. Wow, that last one was huge. Look how long it is compared to the other ones. Alright, so let's go back up and get the skid steer, bring it down. I think we're going to do 6 meter lengths. I think that's going to be a good length. Let's sort of check it against the trailer there, get an idea. That's why I want to pull them down there so we could sort of look at the front of the trailer, the back of the trailer, and figure out what length would maximize our loads heading down the hill. So now with some of these gone, I do feel like we should try to get rid of a couple of stumps here real quick. So let's get this, let's get the grinder turned on. And that stump is not quite gone. Let's see. Do we get rid of it? Might be high centered on it at this point. I have no option. Huh. Did not like grinding that stump. Let's see. Well, got rid of that one in a hurry. So I'm guessing this one we just didn't hit it at the right angle. Let's see what we can get going here. Pulled 4 trees down the hill. Have that Widowmaker still lying there. So we should have 4 stumps to grind. Let's see what we can find. This is always why I prefer to do my stumps right when I dig them out. Yeah, we are like getting ourselves stuck in the mud here. We may actually have gotten ourselves stuck right off the bat. Look at that. We're sinking in. That's just how soft it is. I think part of it is we're also just so heavy. I'm trying to see if we can get this spun just a little bit. Get a little bit of traction as we come down. No, I think we are good and stuck, guys. I don't think we're getting anything out of this. Can we last try? Nope. Alright. Gotta bring the fort up. And only found 2 of our stumps. Not a very successful start, certainly. We knew it was going to be muddy. I think it's going to be a load of wood to the mill, and then go up to the store and grab a load of gravel and start getting at least the driveway and the area we've cleared thus far graveled in, because this stuff is, I mean, the mud up here is no joke. It just sucks you down and sticks you in, and you are done. So it is a bad place to be. I'm glad we have a winch. Have to see what we can get. Oh, hitting the post here. Nice dent in the side of the truck there. Sure there'll be plenty of those up here in the Yukon. Alrighty. Let's see about just getting this thing unstuck. Alright, let's go. What do we got? Got something I can hook to here, guys? Anything? Oh, oh, oh. Bump and run. Bump and run. Alright. I'm thinking we're free. Thinking the winch line did it all on its own. Maybe wasn't the intended outcome, but it wouldn't attach, but it did give us enough pressure to get it loose, so we'll call that a victory. At least we assume we got loose. Let's get out of that soft mud. Whew, good to be out of that. Alright, still not seeing any other stumps. I'm sure we will find them as time goes on. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. Pick up the Loftless. Get it down more gently. There we go. Alright. Head on down and get these trees loaded up. Hopefully we just got to maintain some speed here on the mud. Just keep it moving. Don't let up. We do have to cross the center where it's the worst. Yep, you can see we got bogged down there. Alrighty. That is a thing of beauty. So, let's see. I'm thinking we need to cut these to... What does this look like here? That is 5.9. That is 6 meters. I really think we can go to 7 and try to get a few less logs out of this setup. So we're going to cut these at 7, and if we have to leave the back door open on the trailer, we will. Right, we are all kinds of in the weeds with these trees. Let's see. And 7. Alright, coming this way. Get in here, and another 7. And let's see. And this is going to be a project. Keep cutting these up. And we got to get our Free grab from the other side as well. The good news is these little ends here, we have the minimal amount of lumberjack super strength available to us, 100 kilograms. That's all we're able to lift without using super strength, and we're not using super strength, so we can lift the end pieces of these trees and get them into the trailer all on our own. Alright, done and done. I think we need to reopen this. Alright, the log grab is on the far side. Pulling our best kangaroo impression there. We may have to move some of these logs out of the way. Be able to load the ones closer. Maybe getting them all pulled down here wasn't the best idea. Alright, can we sneak in here? Excuse me, pardon me. Just need to grab the log fork here. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Nope, nope, back this way. Alright, perfect. That's what we're looking for. Now we are off and cooking with gas. So I think the first step is going to be to get this guy moved. We can't work around him. So we'll get that pulled up out of the way. That will be the next project. And let's get this one cut. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, 7 meters. And 7 meters. And, oh yeah, this one's, I mean, it's 7.1 to the end there. So I think we just leave that one. Alright. We'll cut up this big one at the end. But for right now, our goal is to get the rest of these loaded in. Try to grab them from the top. Alright, now how close can we get with these other logs here? Are we going to be able to get it? Oh, go up on top? Okay. Okay. I mean, not what I was thinking we were going to do, but not a terrible option either. Alright, so 7 meters does require us to have the doors open. That's what we just learned. So let's go get the Ford. Let's get, I don't know how we're going to get through that mess. We'll just have to, when in doubt, throttle out. And let's get the rear doors on the trailer open for some loading. And away we'll go. We might actually have to make a diesel stop. I am concerned about how little diesel we have. I mean, we could always take the Polaris up to the shop. I bet they could load a barrel. I think the barrel's going to be way too heavy for the Polaris, though, so... Alright, here we go. See if our mud terrains can get the job done. Don't want to get high-centered. It is the only vehicle with a winch. Okay. Better, better, and better. Gonna be blocking the road for just a little bit of it, for just a little bit. Alright, we got the back doors open. Okay. Feel pretty good about that. Now, loading in the rest of this. I'd love to be able to get 2 logs out of this. I'm not sure our little skidder and our grabber have the capacity to hold more than one at a time effectively, but you know, you never know till you try. Let's get the tongs open. Let's get it tipped, get it pressed in. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to get that one down, and then I think it's going to be just the one. Yep. Just the one. And not even the one, huh? Look at that. Did not like it. Now they're stacked. That could be interesting. There we go. We can push it against the trailer a little bit for loading. Not the end of the world. assume we will have plenty of practice loading logs into our trailer before the end of this series. Alright, next one in order. Ooh, almost got two. Could have gotten two. I gotta be a little careful not to push this one under the trailer. I got a bad grab on that one. I could see that from the start. And we're like really tight in on the tires on that one. Alright, let's get a better view. And come on. Get up underneath there. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Hopefully that one falls in for us, because that's going to be a bad spot for that one. And you know what? Maybe is in-cab any better? Do we want to take a look and see what we get here? That's not too bad. It is tough. Can't see the outside edges for loading. So the grabbing part is pretty nice in-cab. But not necessarily for loading it into the trailer. Alright, fall back in there, guy. Alright, we're going to have to do a quick adjustment here. We're getting a little cattywampus here. Let's get those to lay flat. Perfect. That's what we needed. Alrighty. Getting the landing cleared. May as well take advantage of this one being up on end, right? Nice having a big, heavy skid steer, able to pick up these large 7-meter sections of log. Alright, now these two I'd love to pick up together, but we all know that's a tall order, as they say. Give it a try, though. Let's see. Never know until you try. Alright, so all the way down here. And then will it grab? Oh. Look at that. Semi-professional on our very first day. We're going to have to do a little bit of, nudging. There we go. Get that one to load a little further back in. Perfect. We got this one, and then we got to cut up the one behind us, and I think that, we're going to call that a full load. Certainly feels like a full load. Now let's not hit the tire on the truck, right? Let's do this the intelligent way, please and thank you. Back it out from under the trailer. Alright, now I gotta say, all things considered, first time loading the trailer, I think that went pretty well. Okay, let's do this thing. Don't think the fishing rod's gonna help much, but it might. Well, you never know. Never say never. This is a thick tree. Okay. And let's see. Right about there. I think I might get 4 pieces out of this one, like 4 legitimate pieces. Yeah, I think we end up with a tail, 4 pieces and the tail piece. One we can pick up by hand, which is going to be, that's crazy. That's a huge tree. Can we pick this one up by hand? Okay, I mean that's got to be just at 100 kilograms then, because There is no way you can see. There is the lack of super strength. No, no, don't close the gate. Alright, we gotta be tall enough to put it in the trailer here, guys. It is fighting us. There we go. There we go. Nice and in there. Okay. Got these last 4 pieces loaded up. Starting with the heaviest, assuming that's going to be the most challenging. I don't know that we've moved a log this size yet with our little pace skid steer, so let's see how that goes. Nope. The diameter is definitely going to be tough for this log grab. Man, did we find a tree too big on our first day? I don't think so. I think we just got to be better operators. Yeah, I think it's just heavy and it's going to take a minute. Yep. That's going to be a nice piece of wood to sell. That is going to go well. Okay. Oh boy. I think the word is full on this trailer, ladies and gentlemen. It is proven to be a challenge. Okay, come on. I think the grapple got slower coming down. Maybe I'm just not being patient enough. Maybe that's it. Okay. Might be about time to put a strap on this load. Yeah, I think this one's going to have to go in front of the other big piece we put in there. Can we push the other big piece over just a little bit? I mean, like, we are at the point where we are placing logs. Two more to go. Alright, let's do this. No, 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 no. There. Oh, come on. I can tell you guys, the steering wheel controls for the skid steer are a challenge. It likes to spin a lot. It's something I have to get used to. Or maybe we'll get a second Farmstick and see about driving it that way. That would be an interesting experiment as well. That makes me nervous the way that went in. That makes me feel better. There we go. Got to lay down in there. Not too bad. This guy, I think we're going to have to open the gate and get him from the other side. Last one coming in. Stay out of the mud. Look at how soft that is. That's insane. We've got to get rid of the mud. Okay, come on. Are we gonna close down on the log? It doesn't seem like it. I don't know if we're too low because of the mud or what, but we are not getting it in the jaws. Okay. Last piece. Stay out of the mud, please. No, no, no. No, no, no. Let us go. Got a little bit of motion there. Can we just get up onto the gravel pad and just get a tiny, tiny bit of traction? That might be it. We might be stuck again. That mud is absolutely a problem. We got to deal with that like post-haste. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, you see that? We are just stuck. Can I push myself back with the tongs? If I get it down here and then I tip it the other way, holding down the whole time. No, we're on the hill too. It does not want to clear out. Need to do it in like at an angle. All right. Well, that's the way that's gonna be. We'll have to disconnect. Let's throw a strap on here. See no reason to lose the work we've already done. I think we have to give that the Bobcat a nudge. I think that's the only option here. And man, the fuel on this truck is definitely making me nervous. We gotta get to the sawmill, which is on one side of the map, and then get back to the shop for fuel. Oh boy. Alright, let's see if we get just a little bit of a little nudge, as they say. There we go. Got the nudge. So, now can we pick it up without backing up into the mud? I think maybe we just try driving forward. Yeah, I think we pick it up from this side. Look at that, big brain. Getting things done. Alright, last log here. Coming with me. Oh, you were coming with me. And then our little post there got you. Alrighty. Can we get this last one in there? It's good to know that 4 trees about fills up our trailer. That is definitely good information to have. I want to just ever so gently just place that one on top. I actually feel like we want to move up. We want to be centered a little more. We've got too much overhang in the back. Yeah, that's going to be a much better placement for that last log. Okie dokie. Done and done. Let's put another strap on. Get everything secure. Let's hope the Ford isn't also stuck now. Big turns getting everything stuck. As I said, it's the Yukon. It's going to be a challenge. And we hit it. Oh, that is rough on the suspension. Alright, we're going to drag this pile of logs down to the mill and get them sold because we need the trailer empty. Then we're going to go up to the shop and get fuel. And in addition, we're going to get a load of gravel so we can get this driveway fixed. Looks like we are at 8 tons fully loaded, right at the capacity for the truck. Does still and once again make me concerned about our fuel consumption here. We could be in a situation where we're in trouble with fuel, so we'll have to see what happens. But like I said, the plan, we're going to get this stuff down to the mill and get it sold. From there, we're going to turn around, drive all the way back here, down past the entrance, down back to the shop. We'll pick up at least 1 barrel, maybe 2 barrels of fuel. Get those loaded on the back of the Ford. And then, yeah, look at that fuel gauge, guys. We could already be in trouble. And then get gravel put in the back of in the trailer so we can start packing down our driveway and be able to get in and out of there and stop having the skid steer get stuck. And stop having all that wear and tear on the equipment in the mud. So, fingers crossed that we get that done. We also, once we drop off this wood, I'm thinking maybe we throw a fishing line in. We're going to be up there right around noon. It's lunchtime. And maybe we should catch a fish and come back and have lunch at the trailer before we head up there. Got to make sure we get our meals in every day. We have to have a protein source every day to eat. That could be beef, that could be chicken, or that could be fish. But today, since we don't have any pastures or any animals, it's going to be fish. So maybe we'll try fishing at the sawmill and see how the waters are there. I imagine they're going to be I don't think they're going to be the best right there by the sawmill where everyone's been and there's lots of activity, but, you know, we'll see what we get. It'll be nice to have something, get cooked up for lunch, have some leftovers for dinner tonight, and be in good shape. Okay, so the sawmill is down all the way down here at the end of the road. And you can see the RPMs, you can see the work that is being done by the Ford to get this load down there. It is a heavy, heavy load. Certainly going to have to take a number of trips with this truck and this trailer to get started before we have enough money. We do have $62,500 in the bank, but that is, a lot of that is earmarked. We have equipment we have to buy to get the landing pad set up and get our home front taken care of. Have to get a water cistern. We have to get a greenhouse. I'd like to get chickens and beef going early. I don't think the cattle will be anything that we'll be able to use this year per se, but I think if we get just a couple of bales of hay and a couple of small calves and keep them through winter, we'll be in much better shape next year. It's always good to get your animals going early so they have lots of time to grow. Alrighty, pulling in here. Let's take the straps off. I'm going to turn the truck off since we're nervous about fuel. And let's come up here and see about getting this load sold. Let's see. First load of wood. $7,529. Not too bad. Not too bad for a half day's worth of work. Not going to complain about that. Now we got to loop back the way we came. I do think we're going to get up on that bridge, or maybe right down here just past it, and throw a line in the water real quick and just sort of see what happens. I'm thinking right in here might be a good spot to catch us some lunch. Alright, once again, not leaving that bad boy running. We are on thin ice when it comes to the fuel gauge. Alright, let's see what we get. I'm thinking fishing back towards the opening. Maybe the bridge offers some cover. And maybe the fish like it in there. So let's see. Let's get a line in the water. See what happens. Might be some activity. You never know. It's called fishing, not catching, right? Oh, we got something. Alright, let's see. Oh, immediately pulled the hook. Alright, there's something in there. We gotta go. We gotta get it. Right back at it. See if we can catch the same fish again. Come on. You know you want it. The bait looked good the first time. It's gonna look good the second time. Reel it in. Set the hook. There we go. Alright, that is the fish we're having for dinner. We caught a trout, our very first one. And that is dinner for us. So, excellent news. Making progress. Go back to the trailer, have some lunch. And then we'll head up to the shop and take on our next project. So I will see you guys. Well, I thought I'd bring you guys back. We are going to try something new. I've seen these ferries around the Yukon. We're going to give it a try. See how that goes. I think we can start it up over here. Yep, okay. We're rocking and rolling. Oh, look at that. We're pulling away. Try fishing off of this thing. I mean, why not, right? I mean, we're in the middle. We can make some money. Let's see what we get. Can't reach this part of the lake or this part of the river otherwise. Might be a little too busy, you know, with the ferry coming across. Nope, got away. Nope, that's it. That was our one cast. Now we're here. Alright. Made it. That was fun. Alright, so you got to remember the ferry is here. It is a bit of a shortcut, I think, distance-wise. Time-wise, from the property to the sawmill. Not entirely sure that it really saved us any time in that regard, but hey, you know, that's all right. Just exploring new things, checking out the map, having a good time. All right, just around the corner here, we're going to pull up to the camper. We're going to go have our lunch. That nice fish we caught, get that cooked up, and then it is up to the shop for the fuel and for the gravel. All right, so here we go. Should be just around the corner here. Man, look at that barge. Look at that view. It is tough. 2 barges. It is tough to beat the scenery up here. All right, I will see you guys in half an hour when I'm done with my lunch. Be right back. All right, well, that took a few extra minutes because the camper was still all packed up from the trip. I got everything out, got everything connected, and had a good lunch. Had some food from the road trip left over still. Did get that fish cooked up. It was delicious. So we are on our way to the shop. Now we are simply holding our breath to see if the fuel cage gets to empty before we get to the shop. It is certainly helpful. You know, we're down to 11, well, basically 12 tons. This is not a lightweight trailer or a lightweight truck, but we did lose 10,000 pounds of logs, so that is helpful in our very, very limited amount of fuel left. So hopefully that works in our favor. So we're head down here. The plan is, I think we'll start with 1 barrel of fuel. See how far that goes. It might not be enough to even fill the truck. I don't know what size containers I have up here in the Yukon, but we definitely are going to be getting a load of gravel so we can start putting in a hard pack drive up to the landing pad and just generally start expanding our work area. Because if it rains and that mud gets soft, we will have absolutely everything we own stuck in the mud, and we cannot afford that. So we will be building out our landing pad. Hopefully soon, maybe tomorrow, we'll get the camper up there. Got to clear a big enough area that there's a spot to turn the camper around and get it back in and out of the way, since that will be the main entrance to and from the property for hauling logs and doing work. That's unfortunate, guys. That is ooh, well, yeah. First day in the Yukon and we ran out of fuel. That's embarrassing. Well, I'm going to go tell the guys at the shop that the new guy ran out of fuel. And hope they take pity on me. But it certainly looked like a greenhorn up here, getting stuck twice today, running out of fuel. The Yukon is not an easy place to survive, as we are learning. But besides that, did have a good second part of the day. Got the first load of logs delivered to the sawmill. Got some fishing done. And we are ready to set up for our gravel project to get a drive cut in. So maybe we could even get the camper off the road tonight. So that's all for this one, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all because, well, that's all the fuel we had for this episode, so I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Well, hasn't been too gritty yet. We are Trying to get our truck filled with fuel. The guys at the shop did think it was pretty funny that I ran out of fuel. They had a good laugh at my expense, but they did help me load a couple of barrels in. So we have 400 liters of fuel here, and we should be able to get filled up. So excellent. All right, I'm going to get filled up here so we can continue on our journey. And I'll see you guys up at the shop, and we're picking up some stones, and I've got the front loader put back. See you guys in a minute. So much better having diesel in the truck. Cannot believe we ran out of fuel 100 yards from the shop. Just absolute pandemonium on the first day here in the Yukon. But we're back at it, up and running, making it happen. So we're going to watch our weight as we load here. We're coming up here to get some gravel so we can put in the pad. I do want to get the trailer leveled out a little bit. That will help for sure. Alright, so as we sit here, we're at 12,000 pounds. The truck weighs 8, so we got just about 4,000 pounds of weight towing already. And let's just see about getting this. Now, gravel is going to be $15 per thousand. I have to go in and pay once we're loaded and they know how much we have. So that's 12,000 liters. So that's going to be, what, $600 if I'm doing that math correct? So let's since we're self-loading, let's make sure we get all of it in there. So that's $600 right there. No, 15 times 12 is not 600. That's just not going to be the case, guys. Let's check our weight before we continue. We need to wiggle our weight just a little bit, make sure it's still on there. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we're not in bad shape. I think maybe 2 scoops take 24,000 liters up there. We got a lot of area to fill in, so we'll get that done. Alright, another 12,000, so it's 24,000 liters is what we're taking today. I'll go in and tell the guys once we get everything parked up and put back. Nice and easy. Don't want to be the guy who not only ran out of fuel his first day in the Yukon, but also put a full load of gravel on the ground. So, trying to be careful here. He said just put the loader back when we're done with it. This thing is an absolute beast of a machine. I don't know, maybe someday we'll own something like this. I don't know. It is. I can't even imagine how big this would be, what you'd need to be moving to need one of these, but obviously they need it up here at the shop, so that put away. And there we go. Excellent. So I'm going to go in and pay 24,000 liters, so 24 times 15. Let's see, you can do that math in our head. 240 should be $360. I'll go double check with them, make the payment, get out of here. See you guys in a minute. $360 on the nose. We already paid for the fuel. They, not surprisingly, wanted me to pay for it before I took it. They are 200-liter barrels of fuel. The truck holds about 150, so we should have about 250 liters left between the two barrels to keep everything running. So we will get all of that unloaded when we get back down to the campsite. So the plan now is to run this back to the gate. I think we're going to dump it down, not in front of the gate, but in front, like on the roadside, like not up on the hill. And then we'll use the skid steer to lay it and drive on it and pack it. It's going to be a bit of a loose pack to begin with. I think as we drive over it more and more and more, we will have better luck with it. So we will go from there. It is interesting. They also do sell stones at the shop. They're a little larger, slightly more expensive. They're $20 per 1,000 liters. And they said most guys grind that either for concrete or lime, but the stones, like you can use them for a driveway like we're trying to do, but he said they're pretty big, and unless you really need a base layer like you're building up out of water, they're going to be pretty rough and they don't pack down as well. So they thought we should take the gravel, so that's what we did. All right, so very happy to have fuel on on hand now. Makes such a big difference. Came in the door with $62,500. Sold that first load of logs for about $7,500 earlier this afternoon, and then just spent, oh, let's see, about $1,360. I think each fuel barrel is $500. And $360 on the gravel, so we're down $1,360. So still net positive on our first day in the Yukon. I am quite certain that will not remain the case for very long, but it is nonetheless where we are right now. So we're going to get on back to the site. I do think we're going to have to get the mulcher on the skid steer and get that a little area cleared off. I want to sort of have a gravel pit, or a gravel pile, I guess would be a better word, not pit, down at the bottom of the driveway, so that as we're working up and getting into the trees and mulching everything, we can just go down, grab a bucket full, and lay it in and keep the driveway going, because it is going to be a slow process if we keep getting stuck in the mud, not to mention how much harder it is on the vehicles to be fighting that mud and all the bouncing. And you saw we got bucked up back onto the driveway in the truck last time, so definitely want to not wail on our equipment any more than we absolutely have to get the job done. So this should be a good quality of life improvement here. So we're going to pull over and just get off the road. That'll do. All right. Perfect, we're back. We have fuel, don't worry everybody. Alright, let's grab the case. Hopefully this is the last time that we have to worry about getting up and down the driveway in our skid steer. Alright, so we're just going to hit it with a lot of speed and try to just stick it out. The mulcher is up there. The part in the middle that the ATV has been running is a little bit better. Still sinking in. Still want to use my light when we get up here in the forest. It is so dense up here. There is just no sunlight getting down here to the forest floor. We'll get it opened up. That'll happen. But for right now, that is where we are. All right. So the idea is we're going to come back down here. We're going to clear a little area. Man, look at that rut I made coming up. That is already... Ooh, I'm glad this is the last time we're doing this. Don't get stuck, don't get stuck, don't get stuck. You can do it. Alright, so I think we're going to clear an area just over here on the left-hand side. Alright, there we go. And just sort of... I'm going to put a little area in so we don't lose the gravel in the underbrush. Doesn't need to be too big. But I think having an area we can back the trailer and dump some gravel. I may imagine, you know, in the end, we'll probably, if we keep having to buy gravel, and maybe we'll get an excavator, we'll be able to dig our own gravel a little bit. But either way, I imagine we will get a bigger gravel delivery trailer than what we have now. Alright, I think just this one little tree back here I want to keep out of the gravel pit. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. That worked exceptionally well. So, we'll put this down. We'll get the bucket attached, because that is going to be the next part of this project. And then once we get this done, it is... Oh, did not want to do that. That is not the attach button. The next part of this project is just keeping trees going. We just need to harvest more and more trees and clear more and more area up there. So, alrighty. Gonna leave the lights on. for just a second since we're only dumping gravel and heading up there. So back in the Ford. See if we can get a little angle on our trailer. And we'll have our gravel pile down here for all of our use. Alright. I want to start towards the back so we can pull forward as we go if need be. Don't want it spilling over onto the... Yep, got to keep. That is going to be a lot of gravel. Okay, that is the first bit in. That is quite a bit of gravel. This trailer holds a lot. Let's see if we can get over here next to it and pour sort of in parallel. Get all the way to the back this time. And here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. And forwards. Okay, that is perfect. Exactly what we're looking for. All right, I'm going to jump into the skid steer, and we're going to start putting in the driveway. All right, let's grab some stones. I don't think I want some gravel. I don't think I want to fill up all the way. It is. That is a heavy, heavy bucket. So let's get up here, and let's see how this goes if we start dumping it down. Oh, I think we're dumping it out. That's not what we want. Yep, we're just chasing the pile now. Okay, here. Oh, we got all kinds of ruts. We gotta do better than that. Come on. Oh, almost got stuck again there, guys. Could have been bad. Alright, so let's go nice and easy. That is what we are looking for. Look at that road, a little driveway coming in. That is what we want. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, let's pour some gravel around the area we already worked. And we'll do a pass going back down as well. Already so much better than what we had when we got here. Can you imagine not getting stuck in the mud? That would be just tremendous. All right, here we go. Don't want to pour too much down on the pad. All right. That only used about, what, 200 liters of gravel? Not too bad. That pile is going to last us a while. Look at this. Look how easily we glide up the hill. No mud, no fuss, just getting work done. And once again, you gotta get the headlight turned back on. Alright, so now let's get this back down. Pouring it out. I wonder if we just sort of get a bigger area going too. Try to get this whole area that we cleared. It's not a lot, but we gotta do every little bit to get it working. Okay. And yeah, there we go. Getting it nice, compacted down. Excellent. Guys, I can't tell you how happy that makes me. No more getting stuck coming up and down the drive to the property. A huge, huge improvement right in the first afternoon. Now, we are getting down towards dinner time. We have to be a little bit careful. It's only 3 o'clock, but we are in the Yukon, and as you can see, the sun does not stay up late here. All right, let's go ahead and we'll leave the bucket here. I don't see needing that until we have a bigger area cleared up there. I think the goal is to get enough trees cleared out that we could at least pull the camper up. Even if we don't get them to the mill today, just get them cut and pulled will be, you know, down maybe to the landing there would be a huge, step in the right direction. So we'll get the skid steer up there. I do wonder if we should maybe give this guy a nudge. There we go. Make it safer. And even after putting that gravel down, we didn't find those other 2 stumps that we cut down. That is... You'll color me surprised on that one. Oh, did I do a dumb? Stay out of the mud. Stay out of the mud. Okay, oh boy. Can't leave me alone for a second, guys. It's a bad plan. All right. We're cutting down some trees, opening everything up. Get them pulled down. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Did not want that to, that hanging around. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's sort of the way of it, though, isn't it? It's the way it's going to be. Gonna have to cut a bunch down to get a clear area up here. Hopefully this one will fall. It is. That one is in rough shape. Oh, and that one's in the ground still. That's going to be part of the reason we're having problems, isn't it? Well, let's see about getting this one removed, too. Take some pressure off. Yeah, that let a bunch of trees fall. Alright, well, I'm going to do some clearing. I'm going to put this on a time lapse for you guys, so you don't have to watch this whole thing over and over again, since there'll be quite a bit of forestry work as we get into the Yukon. But for right now, I'll get this stuff done, and I'll catch up with you guys in a minute. That is the last log. Got those all stacked up here. We're going to neaten them up with the skid steer just a little bit. Just need this one to fall off. There we go. Can we get it pushed back a little bit with the tire? No, we're just going to drive on it. All right, well, I mean, that's a good little area cleared. Again, there's going to be a ton of log clearing in this game, in the series, so not feeling like we need to stress about how much we get done every day. I think there'll be more than enough log clearing to go around, but for right now, the goal is to get this pile neatened up a little bit and pushed over here. I think that's going to be good. That'll be good for cutting and loading. Can we get this guy squared up? I'm hoping if we get them all relatively the same starting position, cutting them and loading them will be much more efficient. Alright, so we have all that done, so now it is time to go grind some stumps and turn the ground. Alright, let's get going here. That is one stump gone. And this thing eats the stumps. It does not even hesitate. Look at all these trees we cut down. Be a little careful here. This thing might end up chewing up this tree over here. Yeah, it's thinking about it. That's all we need is the stump gone. Don't care about anything else. This guy over here. See that? I mean, just deleted. You were here, and now you're not. Alright, so I think we get this area cleared back over here. We can put in some more gravel. And I think that might be where we pull the camper up to for the night. Not saying it's going to be here long term. I don't think this is a good enough spot. And it's going to be right straight in. You see how it's straight up the driveway like that? We don't want the camper up here top of the driveway like this. We want to have that access to get back to cut more trees. So I suspect long term we'll find a spot to the right or the left of the top of the drive and get it pulled in over there. But right now we've cleared a big enough area that we can afford to bring it up here, which will make me happy, get it off the road. I'm even going to take a little bit of this trail and we're going to gravel the whole thing up here, this whole area, so we get good compaction. This is going to be a super high traffic area for us getting in and out of here. We need all of this to be easy and compacted. I am already feeling like we need some bigger equipment to get the trees pulled. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm thinking a skidder is probably the right option for that. And I can see, I mean, we talked about last time, 4 trees filled up our trailer. And I don't think we want to do this 4 trees at a time, so we'll have to make a decision on that. So let's get the equipment moved up here. Let's do this. Let's do the gravel first, then let's get the equipment up here, and then we will get the trailer up here. And that's going to be, I think we're going to be pretty close to done at that point. Have to get the camper set up, got to get dinner. It's been a long day getting up here. We were on the road this morning, and this has certainly been a big first day. Right, there we go. Got a bucket of gravel. And we'll go up here, and I mean, again, look how smooth it is driving up our new road with all this gravel. That makes me very, very happy. We'll just sort of get this area going over here. And let's start pouring it out. Yep, that's going to be about perfect. And we may make some changes to where the gravel is and other things later, but for right now, just need an area that I can operate the vehicles in that is not going to result in them getting stuck in the mud. Because if we get our camper up here and get the camper stuck, it is going to be, I mean, that's going to be a disaster. We'll just say that. That would be not good. Alright, there we go. Couple more spots. And beautiful. Get a little last little spot right here. I think we got a low spot over here by the tree where that light hit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The bucket lives back in the gravel pile down the hill. Don't have any other need for a bucket up here, so we'll just let that exist down there. And now I think it's time to bring some stuff up here. Might be worth taking the Polaris and trying to find some water. It's on my list, my short list of projects. There's on the short list is to find a better place to get water. It just the riverbank edge is so steep. I'm just very concerned about being able to get water here. And we have our tank on the camper. I mean, we have water for tonight. We're not going to be, without but it's not going to last more than a day or two. So we're going to have to find a solution long term, and or a solution for the ongoing water needs. So we'll have to get that figured out. But maybe once we get the camper pulled up here and set up for the night, we'll go try to find some water and see if we can find a reasonable solution for that. We'll tuck this right here. I almost imagine the camper going, you know, right here, the way we're facing, you know, somewhere in there eventually. Get it tucked in at the front edge of the property. Give us a little bit of security, too, as we get more equipment and we have stuff up here. I don't necessarily want people to be getting in on the driveway. They'll see the improvement. I think there probably will be a little bit of curiosity. Like I said, I don't think there's a huge crime problem up here in the Northwoods, but, you know, it's always, an ounce of prevention is always a good choice. So, got our pallet forks. I almost wonder if we could we get those fuel barrels unloaded tonight. We'll have to check and see. Got to get them out of the truck here eventually. They can't stay there forever. Alright, so we'll just tuck the skid steer in over here for the night. Get the lights shut down. That was, I mean, we're not quite done yet, but that was a very, very busy first day. You want to know what? We're going to have to get the fuel tanks out of here because the trailer goes on the gooseneck. So yeah, that's the thing that's gonna have to happen here. Let's get our dump trailer up there first, and then we'll attempt to unload our diesel tanks with the forks. I do sort of wonder if this was not a very well thought out plan, guys. I was thinking about going right, and then I decided to go left, and that was not the right order to make those decisions in. So I'm almost thinking, there's a tree, almost thinking we can, if we just put the trailer back behind the wood pile a little bit, we might be able to just load it. We'll see if this decision turns out to be a good one or not. Alrighty. Rubbing on the little trees. Maybe widening the driveway here. Alright, so let's see. Make this as easy as possible. Let's see how this is going to go. Give us a better view. Maybe a better view. Maybe not. Oh, they're just sliding on me. Alright, well, there's always more than one way to skin a cat. Give it the old nudge. Okay, that one worked. That one's off. I don't know if we can reach this other one from this side. Get it pushed off on that side. Let's see. Are we tall enough? Are the forks long enough? Not quite. We may just wedge that barrel under the bed of the truck, which could cause additional problems. Real gentle-like. We're going to become less and less gentle. Alrighty. I'd say the barrel physics might be a bit off here, guys. Well, we managed to get it pushed off the side. It wasn't pretty, but they are off, which is what we need. We'll get squared up over here. And let's see if the barrels are any more well-behaved once they're on the ground. Let's check that out. And just see if that... So they're not really more well-behaved on the ground. But I'm wondering if maybe the good news is we just get the forks wide and we can just push them to where we want them. Look at that. Winner, winner, diesel barrel for dinner. Alright, yeah, so I see we just widen the forks there and we push them. They don't really pick up, but that's okay. We found a solution. Anything that needs diesel, right over here, and away it goes. Perfect. Alright, run the truck down. Let's grab the camper and get this set up for the night. We are going to have to get the generator running. Grab some water and call it a go from there. Alright, now guys, I don't want to show off here, but the glamper, as it's already been called, yeah, we got some underglow. We're pulling in at night. I am... do I want to pull it straight up? I have half a thought to back it in. We'll figure it out once we get up here, that's for sure. The door's on this side, so I guess we could just sort of pull it in and leave it just like that. Is that going to be enough room for the wings to come out? It is. Okay, we're clear there. Excellent. And there we go. Camper is set up for the night. Exciting stuff. I think we'll just leave the truck right here. I do want to get the generator running so we have power in the camper. So let's go ahead and get that started. Alright, our Jenny is running. We will eventually take that off the trailer. I think the dirt bike stays strapped for now. There's no reason to get that off. We're going to have to move a couple more times. I think we're going to use the dirt bike for some exploration, like back of the property, find some fishing spots. Can also use the Polaris for that too. So let's take a drive. Last task of the night before we break for dinner and call it a night. I am exhausted. Has been just a crazy day. Let's go find a place to get some water and get that stored up so when our supply on the RV tank runs out, we have plenty of extra in reserve. Keep looking like it's hard to even see over here because of how thick the brush is. I mean, like, do we pop out over here? Like, is it any shallower? Man, look how steep that is. Oh, there's a little spot over here by the bridge. Okay. Is it worse than it looks from far away? Is that the... I mean, that's not great. Oh, that's not great. What do you think about the other side of the bridge, maybe? I mean, it's probably about the same, right? We'll just go real slow. And that is... Oh, we might have a rescue on our hands. We are on the throttle to keep from slipping. That is not the ideal position to be doing that in. Well, 900 liters of water picked up. Polaris did great. We're going to be all set. So, big first day in the Northwoods. We got here. We picked up our equipment. We explored our land lease with our forestry rights. We got our first batch of trees cut and taken to the sawmill. We caught our first fish. we did run out of gas, and that was embarrassing within eyesight of the shop there. So I don't think the guys will let me live that one down. That's, you only get one chance at a first impression type situation, and we may have left a lasting first impression on the guys up at the shop. Came back, got the picked up a load of gravel so we could get our drive graveled in a little bit, which helped just to no end in regards to getting out of the mud, because the mud up here is something else. So sticky, so easy to get caught in. Let's just haven't even tried on the lights there. There we go. Look at that. And then got a bunch of extra trees cut down and prepped for tomorrow. I have the trailer stage. We have basically all of our equipment up here except for the bucket, which I'm not worried about. No one's going to run off with our bucket. I am going to pull this around the back side of the camper. That way, if we have to put our little pump in to pull some water out overnight, we can. We're going to need to get some sort of cistern long-term, but we're also going to need to know where we're putting the camper before we make that decision. So that's all for this episode, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Had a good night's sleep. I think I was tired, guys. Second day of April here. A cool, brisk morning as we're getting started here. Going to warm up a bit today, which will be nice. Just trying to start getting these logs that we dragged over here last episode cut up. We're going to go roughly with the 7-meter length. They're not all perfect, but we are going to get them as close as we can and then get them loaded up. So I think the goal for today is to try to get our yard a bit more established. We really need to get some infrastructure in. Probably get a chicken coop in. We need to get a water cistern in. There's a number of things we need to get put in, and we need space to do it. So first and foremost, going to get these logs cut up and try to get them all loaded. And then we are going to take them over to the sawmill. And then I think we're going to expand back behind the trailer over there in an effort to... That's the short edge of the property, meaning we're closest to the boundary over here. So I'm thinking we go that way to put our yard in for our camper, maybe even eventually a cabin, any animals we're going to have, all that kind of stuff. Man, these last two are so big. All right, and done. All right. Well, that is all the wood we cut up last time. Are these too heavy for me to pick up? Shouldn't be. There we go. So we should be able to pick those up. And let's get those dropped in. We are going to have to get the truck over here and get the tailgate open on the trailer, because we know the 7-meter logs like to overhang the edge. So we'll have to get that done here in just a second. Just going to get the little pieces cleaned up. I don't think I can pick up... What can I? Can I pick up these tail ends? Get as much of this hand loaded as possible. I'm not that proficient with the with the skid steer yet, so definitely try to do as much here as we can by hand to keep things moving. So let's grab the truck, and I think, yeah, I think we're in good shape. It is going to be a long work day. Since we still don't have chicken coop or cattle or anything else, we are going to have to go fishing today. Make sure we get food going for ourselves. Yeah, see, look at that one's already overhanging. See how rough the forest floor is compared to the nice gravel pad we put in. Gonna have to work on expanding that for sure. Alright, let's see if we can get around this tree. There we go. And I think we're free. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I think we're just going to pull straight across the hill here, right across the drive. Let's not hit the tree. Let's avoid that if at all possible. Alright, and we'll get the tailgate open. Drop that stuff off. Let's grab this one that is just a touch too long, and let's get that dropped in. Perfect. Alright. We have the forks on the skid steer from getting those nuisance barrels unloaded last episode. That was certainly not the best work we've ever done, but you know, had to be done, and as far as you know, as far as success goes, we got it done. So all right, I'm hoping that because we have a pile, we can just sort of drive into it and get underneath. Yeah, maybe even get two. What do we think about that? Nope, just gonna get one. That's all right. These are going to be the biggest and heaviest pieces that we load, so I'm going to try to make sure they get in there relatively square and towards the bottom. Yeah, that one's in there. Alrighty. Wow, look how thick that branch is. That trunk is. That is a big, it's tipping us actually. Alright, I'm going to work on getting the trailer loaded. I'll throw this on a time lapse for you guys. But we are, oh boy, and release it. Oh, that was exciting. That one was a bit too heavy for us. Alright, going to throw the rest of this on a time lapse. I'll see you guys when we have, maybe we'll even do a time lapse all the way to the sawmill and come back. So we're going to have more than one load. So we'll see, but I'll check in with you guys when we're done with the time lapse. See you in a minute. getting our last 2 logs here. Got to get over this stump. I feel like I'm getting a little bit used to the controls here. Definitely not the easiest thing. Depends on the size of the log, how many you got. There's all these factors. That first little log's over $8,000. That was not bad at all. All right, there we go. Now let's twist and grab the last 2 together. Man, even did it intentionally. Can we get them in the trailer without incident? Let's take a look and see. The trailer is definitely reaching its limit. I guess we could go all the way across to the far side too, huh? It's not a bad spot for him. So despite looking like a lot of lumber, which I mean it was, I suspect we'll make $12,000 or $13,000 total on this haul. $8,000 on the first, and maybe another 4 or 5 on this load. It all loaded up nicely. I mean, it's in there. There's no more logs laying around. We are in good shape. So did test taking the ferry back just for speed, and you know, I don't know. I really don't know that it's faster taking the ferry. We'll have to see what we decide to do with that. You know, as the season progresses, we'll have to see if the ferry proves to be a good option. We'll take it this time just to mix it up a little bit. I also am noticing, I mean, we're probably, I mean, that's an 1/8 a tank of fuel at least, just driving back and forth. I mean, the Ford gets it done, but it is not sipping on fuel when it comes to hauling these logs. We are definitely net positive on the whole endeavor as far as the cost of the fuel and everything else, but these are hard miles on the Ford, and I could see getting some increased maintenance costs out of this. So we might really need to look at trying to pick up a cheap semi-truck and trailer in the sale. I just don't know that we're at that stage financially to be able to afford that, and also just production-wise, I don't see that happening. But it is definitely noteworthy that the Ford is getting the job done, but we might say slightly under duress. So, speaking of saving fuel, alrighty, and you guys know if we need lunch, let's get it. Let's see what we can do here. Don't have anything else to eat. Got a couple cans of beans in the trailer, but not looking to eat those long term. I'm not even technically sure that you can. Nope, that one got away. I'm sure you can technically catch a fish on the barge. We're learning something new today, but we will check and see. Always worth having a line in the water. And let's see, a second time gonna be the charm. Oh. Looking promising. Oh. Well, that's not going to feed us. Well, we did try. You know, we had better luck over by the lumber mill last time. Now, it is interesting. We do get an opportunity to fish when we take the ferry, so that is an added bonus. Saving a little bit of diesel, maybe saving some time. I don't think we are, but maybe. And then, but we do get a chance to throw a line in the water and catch our lunch, so that's not a bad option either. So we're going to get this sold. We're going to have to go back. We're going to clear the area with the mulcher. We're going to fell a few more trees to start opening up that right side at the top of the drive, so we can start getting some stuff in there. And then we will hopefully, if that's the plan, get the camper, we all got accomplished, get the camper moved, and get at least the chicken pen put up today. I think that's going to take roughly half a day to get the chicken coop up anyways, so we'll have to see. That's why we want to get not an early start. We started at 8. Could have gotten out of bed early, or a little earlier, but after the long drive yesterday and all the trials and tribulations, I thought it was probably worth getting a little bit of rest before our first full day in the Yukon. So we'll get up here. That's the guy who runs the sawmill. He creeps me out a little bit, but you know, we just how's it going, bud? Good. Yep. All right, 7,000 and 8,000. We made $15,000. That is nothing to shake a stick at. Let's head on back. Well, yep, didn't make the turn. Get the doors closed on the trailer. And away we go. Should we? No, we'll fish on the barge on the way back. As I said, we could throw a line in here. We did have better luck. But, you know, I guess I'm not surprised that the barge doesn't have great fishing. We've only really caught one thing, so you never know. But, you know, usually where there's a lot of commercial activity, there's not a lot of fish, and there tends to be a lot of trash. So we'll see if our luck is better this time. I would say we are fully down a quarter of a tank of fuel. And we filled up. We drove back yesterday with the gravel, which was a heavy load. We did pull some trees, you know, several hundred feet maybe, and then made our 2 trips here. So that is, I think that's indicative of using a lot of fuel to get this done. So we'll have to keep track of that. Come on, fishy, let's go. Let's catch us some lunch. How are we doing? Okay, here we go. All right, got a good fight on our hands. Nice. Caught us some lunch. Got a salmon. Not bad at all. Okay. Food for the day is taken care of. That is a relief. So there are fish to be caught on the barge. That is good news all around. All right, let's get out of here and head on back. Alright, here we go. So we'll get back, we'll clear that area to the right at the top of the drive. I don't know that we'll process the trees yet. We'll probably delimb them and try to find a way to stack them up in a relatively nice, neat fashion out of the way. And then clear the area and go from there. I am thinking, at least for the time being with the skid steer, it'd be nice to have some sort of hard stop to load those trees against, something that I can push against to get up underneath them to use that grapple better. The big logs are pretty easy to get under and scoop, but the small and medium-sized logs tend to just slide along the ground, and that's not ideal. So have to figure out when we figure out how and where we're going to process trees long term. I don't know if it's like a log bunk. I don't know if it's just a couple of concrete barriers. I don't know, something to give us a hard loading area. I do imagine in the end we will probably end up with better and bigger equipment, so that won't be something that could just pick the logs up. Will probably be in order, but until then we will have to wait and see. Oh, Jenny turned off. Let's get that turned back on. All right, generator's running. Keeping the fridge cool. Alright, so I do want to leave a couple of trees along the front edge to give us a little bit of protection from, I say the road, I mean the gravel drive down there. It's not a big deal, but I would like to have a couple of trees. So I'm thinking maybe come in on like this level here and, you know, leave everything over there. So we'll fell this guy, and this is going to be we're going to have a lot of stacked up trees here. Just delimb them as we go. That was a huge tree. Alright, then this one, we are going to have to pull these somewhere just to get them out of the way. Get delimbed. I think we leave those trees. So this one goes let's see. Trying to figure out how many more we need to clear to get access to like the chicken coop. I think it's going to be this one. And then we'll start heading back up. Oh, that's not ideal. What are we caught on? Is it this one? Got to be careful which way we fell the trees, because the truck needs to be able to pull them out. And if we fell them perpendicular to the way we're pulling them, or the way direction we're going to load them, then the truck will end up getting everything stuck, and that is no good. Oh, it's always the... Oh, it's not the dead wood. I was going to say, I thought it was the dead wood that we were caught on, but it's not. It's this little guy here. Alright, seems like we... Yep, we got the big one on the ground. Alright, this little one, I don't even know if this one's worth processing. Not going to get a whole lot of lumber out of that at the sawmill, but maybe they'll want it. Okay, so now we just work our way up. And I think we get rid of this one. We're trying to make it wide enough for the chicken coop, because the chicken coop is going to be not expansive, but it is going to be fairly large. So we'll have to see how all of that comes together space-wise. We're definitely getting there. We're definitely getting there. It is funny, I don't think we ever found those stumps from the first couple trees we cut. Not that it really matters, but the grinder, we're going to grind all the ground down, or mulch all the ground anyways, so we really can just clear the ground. If there's stumps there, they disappear, and if not, then we don't worry about it. Alright, I think it's these 5 or 6 trees here to make it big enough for us to get in and do what we need to do. And then we got to pull them. I will probably pull them off camera. No point in watching me drag logs through the forest. Alright. I think it's 3 or 4 more from here, we'll see. We are starting to finally get a landing and a little area for us to set up camp and officially be moved in. Alright, let's see. This one, I think it's this one. Then that one, and then maybe one more. And then we're good to go as far as getting the ground prepped and cleared. Yeah, I think it's 2 more. This one and then the one right there on the edge. And you notice we're felling them all the same direction. Easy to pull out. We don't want them all tangled. We did sort of work front to back to front. Try to keep a clear area to let them fall in so we can fell the trees and not have them get tangled. And that should make all of the processing and everything else nice and smooth. Alright, last tree. And off we go. Alright, I'm going to get these staged up, pulled somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where yet. And lined up to be processed, and then we're going to come back in here and we're going to clear this area with the mulcher and get some gravel put in and figure out getting a chicken coop put in here and probably a water cistern as well. So I'll probably catch you guys after lunch, because it'll take me a couple hours to get this done. We'll get it cleared up and we will go from there. So I'll see you guys shortly. So I thought I'd show you guys pulling these logs. Figured out how to get 2 of them pulled. It's not the smoothest process. Definitely, I mean, the Ford gets the job done, but I'm not sure it's the right tool for the job. And they tend to get hung up on their own stumps. So I have to give them a little bit of the business, or spin them around a little bit here every once in a while. Let's see if we can cut across. Give that one a nudge off its stump. That's not too bad. Alright, so we drag it up here, and then we get it leveled up. Now you can pull 2, and that's what I've been doing recently. It just requires that you have your attachment points very, very close. So the extension on this winch the girdle or whatever it's called is not very long. So you come in here, grab this one, and see even that is now too far. So now we gotta get back in the truck, and we gotta sort of pull a little bit this way. There's a tree there. Alright, let's see if that is we've closed the gap enough for it to matter. Alright, give me the winch line. It is. The winch line seems to be stuck. Oh, we're getting it just for a second. Don't want to bump it. And we bumped it. Alright. Well, this has been the struggle, so I want you guys to see it. We're going to back up, and, you know, those two are actually pretty close over there. Maybe we just go with one this time. We'll come back and show you two on the next one. Alright, and then we've been swinging. I did take two more trees out over here, give us a nice wide swing. We're coming all the way out over here by the trailer and dragging them down here. We're going to have to use a skid steer to neaten this up a little bit and get all the ends pushed together. But we are generally getting them all squared up and together. So I figure over here, since we're going to be expanding that way, this is the way to go. Can see we are definitely 2/3 of a tank of diesel or below. The ongoing drama with the diesel is always seems to be a discussion on this series. Who knows, maybe we'll get that figured out. But alright, there we go. We got two connected there. Get back in here, and we want to pull these straight up as much as possible. So here we go. Alright, so this is how we pull two. We'll see how the rest of this goes. They tend to get stuck on stumps and stuff, so it's a bunch of bump and runs. See if we can get it to overcome whatever it thinks it's stuck on. Square up a little bit more, maybe. And this is why we need a skidder. Because pulling logs through the forest is not the plan. I guess we could, in long term, we get like a feller buncher type tool and just have the logs and sort of make piles as we go. Would be one option. Now we are pulling two huge. Let's try to give ourselves, get out of the tree here. I'm going to try to let a little bit of winch line out. There we go. What do we seem to be caught on here, folks? Oh, see the stump back there? Right there, middle of it. That's the one that's giving us grief. This is how this process has been. Can we bump the front ends as we come over? Get a little head of steam, maybe? There we go. Roll them over. So yeah, this is, I mean, it's not surprising that we're burning through all this diesel. All this pulling and hauling and yanking and all the other shenanigans. But, there we go. And I think, do we have just the one left? I mean, we have a teeny tiny one back there. I think I'm just going to hand bomb that one into the trailer. So, grab our winch line. Attach up here. And head around the truck, and we gotta go pull through all of these stumps. So, well, let's not get caught on a tree. Trees are much more difficult to get unstuck on than stumps. Trees tend to be a bit more permanent than our stumps. So, all right. So we go through here, drag it around. Come on, you can do it. Is that same stump? Look at that. Pulling our truck. Might have to actually get out there, and I think it might actually be time to do something about that stump. So we're taking care of one stump. We can grind it out with a chainsaw. The rest we got to grind with the mulcher. Doesn't make sense to do them all with the chainsaw. Look at that one move past. Well, I try to cut them close to the ground so we don't run into these issues, but not always the case. We get caught on another stump or caught on the end? I bet we're caught on the end of the branches. Back it up, swing it around. That's a crash counter. Hit the trailer. Come on. Here we go. There we are. And I think this way, as we come up, we take some winch line in and swing it out, try to get it to pull closer to us. There she is. Snug as a bug in a rug. Except for we're wedged between our own log and a tree. I will say the Ford suspension is quite fantastic. This thing just drives over everything. There we go. Let's drop the winch line out a little bit. I don't know where this one is. We're just going to detach it. Alright. That was an adventure. Right into a tree. Look at that. Okay, so that's not really a great spot for all of those. Let's get in the skid steer and clean up our pile. We'll give the Ford a break. It has earned its keep today. So we'll start with the log grab, see about getting everything pushed around. And then we'll grab the mulcher and we'll start clearing a spot, put a little gravel in. Said we'd be back after lunch, but that went faster than expected, so no lunch yet. Which is good news, because I think installing that chicken coop is going to take, I think it's going to take the whole afternoon. Alright, so let's just generally push all this over. It's going to be a slow process. Not too shabby. Now let's see about pushing all the bases over. We did get all the thick ends at one side and all the narrow tops at the other, so I don't expect this to move a whole lot, but we'll at least try to get into a spot there. That one wants to be loaded as it is. Look at that. It says, take me now. Alright, so we have a stash of trees over here that we can load up, process, and get rid of. We're not going to do that now, obviously, but we will. We have another, I mean, I guess that's probably $20,000 worth of wood hanging out over there, so it's nothing to shake a stick at. Do need to stop piling my trees where we need access to get our tools. I think that's just a product of having a very small landing up here. Really need to, I think this expansion we're putting in now is going to notably change our ability to get around and have space up here. And look how rough that ground is. That is why we have to mulch. Alright, let's see, and let's get tipped. And let's rock and roll. That's a wrap on the mulching. Let's head on down and grab our bucket with some gravel in it, and let's get that graveled in. I think we will have to leave a little bit of a spot for the chicken coop, or we'll have to maybe shift the gravel. I think there's going to be, chickens aren't going to want to be on gravel, but we'll get the hard pack down now, at least at a minimum, and we'll figure it out from there. Alright, load of gravel coming up the hill. See if we can't grade this out a little bit. and get it smoothed out, and then we can come back in. We'll break for lunch, and then I'll put the chicken coop in and maybe get the water cistern delivered. They've got it for us up at the shop, just have to go get it. So let's see. There we go. Nice and easy. I think this is the space we really needed. It was good to get the camper off the road last night, but I do not think we had enough of a landing up here to actually successfully use our equipment and keep pulling logs. We're going to put our sort of our personal space over here, and then we'll keep our yard and the tree work stuff going the other direction. Yeah, this is a nice, laying the gravel is nice and easy. Already threw over half a bucket. It's good. Getting a lot of gravel laid. Now, we did bring back 24,000 liters of gravel, so I don't suspect we'll need any anytime soon. But we can always run back up to the shop. I think, what was it, $360 for our first load of gravel, so certainly not a big expense when it compares to the quality of life that it gives us to get out of the mud. Just so happy not to be in the mud up here. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, looking good. Okay. Maybe just touch up this corner a little bit. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Alright, well, I'm going to go put this down and go grab some lunch. And then I'll be back and we'll get the chicken coop and the water cistern delivered. I think that's going to take most of the afternoon for me to get the chicken coop built. But I will bring you guys back in when all of that is done. And we will go from there. I'll see you guys after lunch. Well, that was a long afternoon of work. Look at our chicken coop, though. $9,000 for the kit. Took me just about four and a half hours to get that set up. I did have the guys up at the shop drop off the water cistern, so we're going to fill that. We had about 823 liters left in the tank from water we used the other night. Get that initial round of water topped off there. We have 10 hens and 1 rooster, all Plymouth Barred Rocks. A good hardy cold weather breed, and they don't have any food, so the last thing on the agenda for today is going to be to get up to the shop and get a couple of bags of food. I figure no better vehicle than the Polaris to get that done, make a nice quick trip of it, and maybe we even find a better spot to get some water to keep that cistern filled up. So altogether, a very productive second day in the Northwoods. Got that big load of lumber processed, cut up, loaded, and taken to the mill. Made about $15,000 on that, which was great. Came back, cleared a big landing area for us, which helped us get that chicken coop placed and also get our camper just out of the main drag. It was just in the way where it was. I'm glad it was off the road last night, but it is in a much better spot now. Also got our water cistern placed. Oh, guys, look at this. Is there like a little... Ooh, look at this spot right here. Okay, we'll give that a whirl. Let's go get the chicken food and then we'll grab some water on the way back. So got the water cistern placed, which is good. We were running out of water in the camper, had been taking buckets out of this tanker and just refilling the tank on the camper. But with that cistern, we can get the plumbing hooked up and have water for the camper, water for the chickens, and if we end up getting cows, which, again, I'd like to do early so we can get them growing. Because I think cows, I know cows are expensive. So it would be good to get a couple of calves into a pasture now and let them age up, because it is going to be a long time before the calves are ready or full grown and can be beef cattle. So we'll have to figure all that out. All right, I'm going to run in and talk to these guys, let them know I brought a vehicle that did not run out of gas today, and or out of fuel today, and go get some chicken food, and we will head on back and get the chickens fed and wrap it up. See you guys in a minute. Well, we learned an important lesson today. The Can-Am cannot take 2 bags of chicken feed. We bought 2 for $3,000. We're only able to fit 1 in the bag, and the suspension is fully squatted. So we'll have to get that second bag on our next trip up here tomorrow. I'm hoping maybe even tomorrow to get that cow pen in, so we could. We'll probably have to bring the big trailer up to get some bales for the calves if we decide to go that route, and we'll just pick stuff up then. So, all right, so let's go ahead and get some water from the ferry landing and head on back and get these chickens fed so eventually they can help feed us. Where is that ferry landing? Thought it was right here. Maybe the next corner? We'll have to see. There she is. Alright, so I feel like we just come in here. I mean, it's still pretty steep. Need to pull up a little bit more and get square first. There we are. Let's get the windshield open or something. It is definitely, there we go. Now we can see a little better. Alright, let's see. Touching the water. Beautiful. These dirt roads are getting the vehicles nice and coated. Alright, let's head back to camp and get another load of water put in the cistern. Let's get the chickens fed, and I think we'll call it a night. Started up here with $62,500. Day 2, after several pretty notable purchases, the water cistern and the chicken coop, and $3,000 worth of chicken food, and it was $500 for the chickens. $63,819. So we are net cash positive right now. I don't foresee that being that way for very long. I think we will end up spending some money here. Definitely want to get the rest of those logs processed tomorrow. I did look ahead in the forecast, and there is snow in the forecast in May. So got another 2 days in April, and then we could be seeing some snow. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work, but we need to make as much money as we can while we can, so that if it snows and we are stuck, that we are able to weather the storm, as they say. That's going to be about it. I think I'm going to break and get dinner, finish up that fish we caught. That salmon was delicious at lunch. Have a little more of it here for dinner, and we will call it a good second day in the Yukon. So chickens getting fed. Let's get that done. Should be able to drop it off right about here. We'll have to check and see. Yeah, that's all we get. 500 liters, that's all they take. So that bag is going to have to get stored somewhere. We'll have to unload it in the morning with the skid steer. But let's get another 900 liters of water tucked into the cistern. Make sure we have plenty of water. The chickens have plenty of water. I'm looking forward to a hot shower tonight. So that is all she wrote. Thank you guys so much for joining me for another episode on Northwoods Survival. Great progress today. Chickens are here. We are in good shape. Got the camper moved off the road and set up. Got the water cistern delivered. And just an excellent and productive episode. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all for this episode from the Northwoods. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Northwoods. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Welcome back to April Day 3, guys. Just getting set up. You guys saw I did a whole bunch of log work at the beginning there. I put the first trip to the sawmill on the time lapse. The remainder of the work, the additional 2 trips I took, will be at the end of the episode in a time lapse as well. Didn't think going back and forth 3 times, and that will be the 4th. That is the remainder in there. But I thought we'd run down here. Actually, I thought what we'd do first is try to get the chicken food out of the side-by-side and then go grab some water and get everything topped off. We did, if you caught in the time-lapse, you might have seen in the top right-hand corner our generator was not behaving very well this morning, sputtering, all kinds of issues. So I have it turned off right now. We're going to grab water. I did run a diagnostic on it while I was doing the timber work, and it looks like the code is coming back as brakes. Obviously, the generator doesn't have brakes, but I looked it up, and it seems as though it is a plug issue in the internal motor. So, gonna have those parts. Probably have to get the water back. We will have to get that up and going. Otherwise, our food situation is going to be bad. We're not going to be powered camper, so that would be a problem. Additionally, you did see in the time lapse, let's see if it's a little better in cab here, getting this spike through the loop. It is so sensitive to turning. There, can we get it? Nope. Are we going to knock it out and accomplish the same thing anyways? Yep. That sure is what it looks like happened. So we did catch a fish on our trip back and forth to the sawmill. Now, I will say I fished every time there and back. We caught 1 fish, the one you guys saw. I did catch a bunch of trash, to the point where the guys who run the ferry were so happy that I cleaned up their ferryway, they paid me $1,000. So, you know, there's a small win for the morning. Making money, not even trying. Who said fishing doesn't pay off? So, that is all good there. Let me just make sure there's one more adjustment I want to make. Alright, we're going to put the bag right here. We might leave the pallet forks over here. Probably the place we'll use it the most will be over here for the chicken stuff. Alright, so we have the food out of the back of the side-by-side, the Polaris. Probably going to call it a Can-Am a whole bunch. It's like I call this a Bobcat, but it is a case. They're all Bobcats to me. They're all Can-Ams and side-by-sides, but we'll try to use the right names. We'll see how it goes. But let's run down and grab some water. Keep that topped off. Exciting news. Episode 5. This episode is being recorded on the new Thrustmaster T128 Farm Pack. So, got the new wheel with the bracket and the pedals. Giving that a whirl. I am enjoying it so far. So, I will keep you guys updated, but this is the first recording with it. I've had a couple live streams with it, but this is going to be the first episode recorded with the new Thrustmaster stuff. So, wanted to make sure you guys were aware so you can follow up for some feedback. But what is the plan for today? Well, the plan for today is we have to get the greenhouse in. I'd like to get cows in. Cows are what I want to do. Man, this is not a good area here at all to get water. I thought up by the bridge was going to be good. Maybe go down by the ferry. I really want to put the cows in because we need to get calves and let them start aging up. Because that's just a matter of time with the calves before we can do anything. But we are running out of food in the trailer, and as delicious as the fish are, we need something to go with them. So, man, are we going to sneak it in here? One, do I have the driving skills? And two, will it just fall over the edge, and then will we end up regretting our decision? Let's take a look. So, in line with getting the greenhouse put in today, we are going to have to do some more tree felling, which is part of the reason I wanted to look at that. That's nice. You have to go over the edge. Gonna have to get some trees cleared, which is why I wanted to get that big pile of logs cleaned up and taken to the mill. It did pay pretty nicely, $88,516. So that is a good payday, or a good amount to have in the bank. I think each trip was between $7,000 and $8,000. Certainly was reaching the capacity of the towing capacity of the Ford with some of those loads. So that trailer, it'd be nice to get more logs to the mill at one time, but that trailer really completely fully loaded is at or slightly above the capacity of our 1-ton truck. So we have to just keep making trips with what we have. Just a little bit of bushwhacking there. Coming in hot. Getting used to the new pedals. Alright, let's come on up here. Let's add some water. And then we need to take a look at this generator. That has to be fixed before we can get to work. So, no, the chickens seem to think they want some water. Well, guys, you get plenty from our big tank, so it won't be a problem. Alright, excellent. So, I ran the diagnostic. I will put it up on screen here. But I got the parts. I'm going to run up there and grab them. I'm going to get this back going. I'll see you guys just as soon as I'm done. And we can get to work for the day. Alright, we are back. Took me a little over an hour and a half. Then I got lunch. So, back around 12:15 here. Not bad. Let's hop in and get this thing turned on. And there we go. There's the $48 for the parts we paid for, and our generator is back up and running, so that is all good news. Now, we got the morning work done. We need to get this greenhouse figured out. Trying to think about where the best spot to put the greenhouse in. And, I mean, I'd like to go that way a little bit more. I'd like to cut in here, but I don't know. Seems like it's going to be a big area to clear either way. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't clear all the trees. Maybe that's the play. So we come in on the side over here. Let's start looking at how this might come together. So if we cut this guy here. Okay. He goes down. That's great news. Get him delimbed so we can see what we're working with here. I'm thinking like these trees right here, maybe we leave, like we have a little covered area between, so it's not just all gravel. You know, it'd be nice to have a little bit of shade around the camper. Parts of the, you know, the greenhouse we're going to want sun. Other parts are going to need some shade, so we could have access to both sun and shade if we do it this way. So yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be the play, is to get these cut down here, leave a row up between, and then we'll have a little bit of privacy, a little bit of shade. And like I said, we won't just have a giant open gravel pit that we've cleared out here. So I think we'll have to see how close we get with placing this, but we will, I imagine we have to cut down another probably 6 or 8 trees at least to make room for this. And then we'll have to see, maybe the cows then go behind everything. But I think we cut to like this level here. So if you look when I'm done with this tree, we're basically at the back of the camper. So we're making a little bit of a clearing next to, sort of parallel to our existing yard. And then we take this one. I think it's going to be more than 6 or 8 trees looking up there. That looks like a whole lot. So here we go. And would love, you know what we haven't checked today? We haven't checked the sale. We could see if maybe there's something up there that would pull trees or help us load trees or something. You know, you never know. See what's on the old shop webpage after this tree. Let's take a look and just check and see. Nothing like having money to burn a hole in your pocket. Yeah, they got a little Izeki tractor, a couple other things, nothing that's going to help us with what we're trying to do today. So I'm going to grab the rest of these trees, put this on a time lapse for you guys, and get this area cleared, and I'll bring you back in when it is mulching and gravel time, and then we'll get our greenhouse placed, and probably at least to help a little bit with our water distribution, I'll probably do a load of water into the greenhouse. It will distribute from our big water tank, but that just reduces the amount of water left for me and for the chickens. So having at least a little bit in there, and we're going to have to get seeds for the greenhouse, so we'll have to run up to the shop as well. So I will see you guys when we are at a different project stage. See you in just a few minutes. I think we got a little overzealous with our cutting, which is fine. There's always room for more logging to be done. So I'm going to leave some of those down at the back, and I think that's going to end up being our cattle pen area, if I had to guess. And I think this log, we got to get this one unstuck here. I think we want to just, yep, trim that off. I suspect that is what was catching that one. So we're going to try to get all this whole pile sort of evened up and cleaned up here. Some of these trees are absolutely huge. We are putting the old Ford to work here. Alright, let's see. As though having one huge one wasn't enough. Let's see if we can drag this one forward. This is going to be at the capacity for this truck for sure. Oh boy, come on, give it. Keep digging. Keep digging. That's actually working way better than I expected. I'll take a couple inches at a time. That's no big deal. Look at that. We are just about at the stage where we need a true forestry landing with enough space for me to actually pull trees out and get all that done. So before we run up to the store and get the seed for the greenhouse, which we need to do, let's go ahead and neaten up the pile a little bit and just see what we can get to here. Alright, let's see. In case I used it earlier, it does a pretty good job of just sort of pushing everything over. Just want to try to get stuff as far over as we can. I know, little case. Try to warm up a little bit there, guy. Alrighty, let's see. That part of the pile pushed over. Great. I mean, that is a lot of wood in and of its own without us having all the rest that's on the ground back over there. That is just an incredible amount of wood. So I think for right now, let's go ahead and get our area cleaned up a little bit. And like I said, we'll head up to the shop here and grab the seed for the greenhouse as well. I don't think it needs to come much further back than about here. Try to get a couple of these stumps cleaned up that we had. And just come through here. Get a bunch of this ground up, cleaned up. You can see there's already some sun hitting back in there. Look at that little area in the middle there. There's already sun coming in. We'll be cutting trees down to my left. Here, that's where we're going to expand into our forestry operations, so we'll be getting more and more sun coming in. That would be the south side of the property, so that makes sense. Alright, just going to get this area all mulched and prepped. And go from there. Yeah, we're going to have to survive with the Ford for a while, pulling trees. But I can tell you, it is not the tool we need to be using long term. It does a great job, but we definitely need something. I mean, I can see eventually getting, like I said, a feller buncher or something like that, and just having a real tree operation going. Also, sort of got to decide how we're going to make some money. This will be the last necessary piece for our consumption needs and quite literally our survival in the Northwoods. With a successful greenhouse, the chickens, and our ability to fish, we can keep ourselves fed. We will need to continue to run our little diesel Jenny, maybe upgrade to solar panels at some point, but this will establish us officially as self-sufficient up here. in regards to taking care of ourselves. Then now we can sort of turn the focus to what do we want to do to make money? What do we want to do to sort of grow? I don't want to call it our empire, but you know, certainly feels like our legacy. Maybe that's a better word for it. To just sort of figure that out. Have talked to some other people who have been up here, and you know, one guy sort of had the same situation going on we did, and he decided to go with fish hatchery, which would be great. And you know, not only does that provide him a food source, but also provides him an income source. And with all the waterways up here and the lakes and everything else, I could see that being a big industry, or a big success for him. So that's an interesting option. We could do, you know, cattle beyond our food needs. I'm not sure that's a great option because we don't have, you know, putting in fields in the Yukon and having grass. You know, we could have snow. I mean, the forecast says we could have snow in May. And we could have snow in the next couple of days. And, you know, I just think that could wreak havoc on a grass field, which would be the bare minimum to keep our cattle fed and happy. So not sure that's the option I want to go with. So leaves us with forestry, which I certainly think will be part of it. We have some opportunity for some mining as well, so that's always a good option. The equipment's a bit expensive to get into up here, but oh, let's not get stuck. You know how the skid steer does in the mud. Not well. The case. Oh, that's the wrong button. Can we push this little log back a little bit? I'm gonna go with no. We cannot. It is good and truly wedged in there, but we have a good area. We are gonna have to get rid of all this dead wood around the camper, but I think that's going to be easy when it comes to putting in the cow pen. I think the cow pasture is going to go back here, and I think where the deadwood is where we will put our entrance in. So we'll see how all that goes. Let's go grab some gravel, and let's try to make this happen. It looks like when I was clearing the trees, I did check, and it looks like we're in a relatively level spot there. Once we get the gravel down, we'll take a look and see. We do have the option to pick up a little surveyor, which will link to the case here and allow us to do some light grading if we need to. So we might just pick one of those up regardless when we go up to get the seed, just so we can have it. Because I do think we want to put a ramp in to be able to get water closer here to home. Just not sure I want to keep driving all the way down, and eventually on those steep edges we are going to end up in the water. There's no doubt about it. We will absolutely end up in the water, which is not ideal, as they say. So give me 1 second to get set up here and I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. Oh, we've missed a stump there. I have to come back and get that one. I think this pad, I mean, so far looks pretty good as far as level goes. Which is, I mean, why we picked this spot to begin with. There's another stump we missed. I guess that might just be a wedge. We'll get those cleaned up as well. Yep, there's another little piece. Finding it as we go here. And just about done with the pad. I will go get the grinder and just get rid of those last little couple pieces there so we don't have any issues with that. Alright, a couple touch-up spots. But I think overall, I mean, we'll get out and look at it outside of the case, but I think I feel like we're level enough. Getting the greenhouse put in isn't going to be a huge deal. Maybe this edge. I need a little bit more. Let's see. Maybe we'll just come across here. Alright, let's just real quick. I'll just put eyes on and just see. I think the level there is pretty good, guys. I think it's worth trying to get the greenhouse put in. So it is 2 o'clock. We are definitely burning daylight. I suspect that the greenhouse is going to take more than a couple hours to put in. I suspect it takes almost a full day for us to get in and get that done. So let me get the rest of those stumps ground up. Let's head up to the shop and get the seed. And like I said, we'll pick up a surveyor just for the sake of having it. I don't think there's any reason not to. We're definitely going to need it. And then, you know, I think I'll start the greenhouse install today. And I may just meet up with you guys tomorrow when it's all done. It's going to be a big project to get that done. So luckily we caught some food today, and I do have, I have my emergency stock of beans in the trailer and some canned soups and stuff for if things get really rough, but we don't have a lot left. So getting the greenhouse in is going to be critical so that we can have the things we need. So let's just grab our little, oh, let's see, because I bet if I do this on the gravel, we'll lose the gravel, won't we? Let's see how delicate of an operator I can be here. See if I can get just the stump. Oh, like a pro. Look at that, guys. Just slowly but surely becoming a semi-mediocre, oh, and then we lose it, operator of the case up here. Let's see. Pull up just a little bit. Got to get this exact so we don't, oh, there it is. Got rid of that one. Mulch it all up. Guess I could get out and try to throw it in there, but it seems like that might end up being a bad idea. Alright, last one. Let's see if we can do it without. Hit it. Without doing damage to our new gravel pad. Okay. Hear the Jenny humming along in the background there. I think we might actually just leave the case right down here. Not really much need to do anything else with it today. Alright, we're going to take the truck up to the shop. We're going to grab the seed and a surveyor so we can get everything set with the greenhouse. And we should be good to go from there. I will see you guys up at the shop. Picked up the surveyor and got a bunch of seed for our greenhouse to get started. I did talk to the guys up at the shop. They've delivered all the supplies for the greenhouse kit and everything we need back to the landing. So we'll get back there and I will get to work. Being that it's going to be 2:30 before we get started, I think we're going to be lucky to be done by midday tomorrow. So I will likely just bring you guys back in when that is all said and done and show you guys what we have and what we're working with the greenhouse. But I've got to get to work. You can see the sun is getting low. The shadows are getting long already. We don't have a lot of daylight up here in the Yukon to begin with, even though it is spring, almost heading into summer. So definitely got to make the most of the time we have. So I'll get pulled in here, get the kit put together, and I will see you guys tomorrow when it's done. See you in a minute. Well, guys, it did take all night and through the day today to midday, but the greenhouse is in. Let's go take a look. We have our water tank over here. We have our beds. We have our little workshop for running everything. wheelbarrow, additional storage. This thing is going to be an absolute godsend when it comes to getting us some real food. So first order of business, let's get some water and let's get it in the greenhouse. Second order of business, we'll get the seeds in there. So little starters that they gave us, have something to grow into, and we'll see how all of that goes. But that was a big project to get done, and so glad to have that done. Feels like we have a real camp going on here. A little more than a camp at this point. Feels like we're getting established, so that is really nice. We're gonna see if we can get water here. We're feeling a little bit gummy. Let's see how this goes. And then we got the whole afternoon. We'll have to get some more of the wood cleaned up, and we'll have to get some food because we haven't caught a fish today, and I don't think it's quite time for the chickens yet. Man, that is so steep. That has definitely got to be on our list of things to get fixed, is getting the water, getting a ramp put in down here. Let me look at that angle. That is silliness. If it was slippery at all, we could end up getting dragged right into the river by our own water tank, which would not be good. So we'll get this dropped off. All topped off. Our water distribution's working from last night. I guess we just put it in over here. That's great news. Wasn't sure how quickly it would fill up, but it certainly did. Okay. Just check our water tank here. Let's see. Got 1,600 liters of water in there. That's great news. We'll grab the seed off the back of the Ford. Get that put in. And I think that's going to be it for this one, guys. Took a couple of days to get through this episode. It was a busy third and half of the fourth day of April. So much tree work done. Continue to be excited about the fact that we still have more money in the bank than we started with. So we're keeping up. Oh, those bags are already, they're happy to empty right from right there. Perfect. We're going to let those go in. They're feeding on their own. That's good news, getting what we need out of it. So that's all for this one, guys. Thank you so much for joining. It was a tremendous day of work. Got a whole bunch done. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to drop in, turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further. And channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Challenge. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Just heading back from the sawmill. Took that partial load we had in the trailer from yesterday and all of the small tips from the wood we put in the greenhouse. I hand bombed all those into the trailer. Heading back now. It is 2:15. It is rainy. We got to get some work done. We got to find some food to eat for tonight. So still a lot to get done in April, the 4th day of April, before we head into May. So let's not waste any time. Let's get right at it. So I found having the trailer roughly perpendicular to the wood pile seems to be helpful in loading. Still trying to figure out the best system, but that does seem to be helpful. As you can see, you got everything trimmed up to approximately 7 meters, and then got all the little tips, odds, and ends in and sold. Those sold for about $4,000. Not a whole lot of money, including the leftover stumps from last time. Just letting the case warm up since we're going to be lifting with it right off the bat. Don't want to let that engine get any stress on it. Repairs are going to be expensive, not only cost-wise for the parts, but the downtime is going to be fairly significant as well. Having to take the case apart and replace stuff for a day or two is going to cost us money, and we, at this stage, just cannot afford that. So, now we are all warmed up. We're gonna get through this. I may chat with you guys a little bit. I may just throw some music on. This is not going to be a time lapse. We're going to actually do this in real time. Get this wood pile. Oh, there's a little hand bomb piece I missed. Gonna get this wood pile all cleaned up, and I can already tell I have this set up the wrong way because the big ends are going to be hanging out the back of the trailer, and that causes everything to tip. So we may have to reconsider our choice of positioning on the truck. Those pieces actually fit in there quite nicely. Can't complain about that. Let's jump out. Let's get this hand bomb piece out of the way. These tend to just make an absolute mess with the loader. They just don't cooperate. They're too small. They slide out of the jaws. They make other pieces fall all over the place. Just need those out of the way. Alright, so back at it. I think we'll go grab this one over here. Try to get situated on it. Pick it. Not much to push against. We have to come in from the top. Oh, depth perception is not good on this one, huh? Grab it. Yo. All said and done. So a pile this size is usually, said all said and done, and you know the one thing it wasn't was all said and done there, guys. Get back in position. Having to grab them from the top like this, I have not had as much luck as I think I would like to. A skill I'll have to develop for sure. To get it tipped enough that the front claws grab it. Then take it from there. Hopefully that's going to get it done. So the plan for the rest of the day is pretty simple. I think we're going to do some logging. Try to keep our money coming in. We got to get this wood pile cleared before we can go work on the wood pile for the cow pasture. I'd love to get that in, but that is still, just covered in wood. So we'll have to just work on that. That's not doing what I want it to do. Getting to watch the struggle today. The steering wheel on the case, I've said this before, the touchiness of the steering wheel is just not something that I enjoy. Might end up having to go with a dual stick setup for this because steering wise, it is a mess when the case is sliding around back and forth because the wheel is a 1 or 2 degrees off center, but we'll figure all that out. Get all this loaded. So yeah, I think we'll get the lumber cleared out. I think we're gonna get out the motorbike today and maybe go on an explore and see if we can find a better fishing spot. We do have to catch ourselves some dinner still, so that's on the agenda as well. Oh, we missed that one. Let's get a better angle here without that tree in the way. There we go. Got 2. Take it. Yeah, maybe we'll go on a quick explore, find a place to fish, have sort of a low-key day. I have been checking the weather, and there is an opportunity for snow tonight, which would be interesting. I don't know that we're snow ready here, so we'd have to figure that out. Don't think we can get a plow for the Ford, so we'd probably have to get something for the Bobcat, assuming there is something for the Bobcat for the case. Assuming there is something for the case, we'd have to figure that all out as well. Why are these ones not lying flat? Like they don't want to. There we go, and pull it back a little bit, and then push it forward a little bit. If we can't nudge those in and get them flat, I think we need to come around the end and just get the back side of these guys and get them squared up there. They're just in there a little bit crooked, and they're not laying in there the way we want them to. This is the part where the jumpiness on the steering can be a bit of a challenge. There we go. That wasn't bad at all. Look at that. And then this one. There we go. That's squared up a little better. Need to bring some over on this side and load from the other end, but that's not a problem either. Now, when the pile's big like this, we get an opportunity. We can sometimes hit it with some speed and even grab a couple. That's why I said I'd love to get some sort of backstop put in, have a logging landing, be able to pull all of our cut trees to a set area, get them up against a barrier, and be able to just push into the pile to grab them instead of having to pick them all from the top. But that may be a lot to ask right now. Oh, we got released one whether we wanted to or not. Let that one fall back in. Perfect. That load went quite well. So yeah, if we get snow, it's going to be an interesting situation. We're going to have to keep up with our water. We're going to have to keep up with our projects and our food. Fishing in the snow could be, you know, not ideal. We don't know. We haven't tried it yet. Very happy with the greenhouse that you guys saw at the end of last episode. I think that's going to be a huge improvement on quality of life here. And more logs loaded. I mean, the last 2 loads looking semi-professional. We'll see how the rest go. Not holding out hope. It tends to... seems like you get 2 or 3 good ones, and then all of a sudden the next one is, you know, not as great, and that's okay. That one's crooked. We're probably going to lose that front one, so we need to get that in the trailer as quickly and as smoothly, yep, as possible. Saw that one coming a mile away. Push that one in just a little bit. Not bad. See about grabbing this one. Get underneath it. Up against the trailer maybe a little bit. That's not a good grab, I will tell you that. Oh, come back. Come back. You gotta nudge that one back in just a little bit. Keep it rolling. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that one went well. Alright. Might get away with hitting this pile one more time. I doubt it. I think there's enough mass for it to really give us anything to push against. Well, one's not bad. Trailer's getting pretty full. And you can see 2:45 in April, and it is dark up here in the Yukon. See if we can get this one. Sort of want to get it in and then maybe twist just the tiniest bit to get it to push down on that log. Oh, the other way. Let's see. There we go. All right in there. Perfect. All right, I think we try to get one or two more out of this pile. And then we go take this up to the sawmill. Can we get the big one and the little one? Nope. I think we need the little one on top. See how these little tiny ones, they fling around in there? If I try to hand bomb the smaller pieces, this one just ended up in a weird spot. Alright, I think we can get one more on top there. All but finish this row. Just keep loading it until eventually we overload it, and then, you know, that might be a bit of a challenge, but we'll figure it out. Getting warmed up on the skid steer. Feeling like we're a little smoother than the first couple of loads. This one, where do we want? I mean, this one's going to be got to be right in the middle. Oh, that's not what we want. Nope. So smooth until the very, very end. Look at that sun coming through the rain clouds, guys. That is incredible. Get this one back in. I think the trick here may be to throw a strap on, but let's see if we can finesse it just a little bit. Yeah, that one on the far side is going to be a problem. I think we're officially just too tall, guys. Not getting the forks up over it. We're pulling it back out of the up out of the trailer. Let's avoid the tires. Third time's the charm, right? This one's got to work. Or not. We win. Log on the ground. That's what we wanted, right? Okay. Fourth time's the charm. Back away slowly. Definitely the last one for that load. The lights off. Let's get a strap on this. So look how the ground's dry underneath the truck at the trailer. That is very, very cool. Alright, is that last one going to be a problem? Yeah. That last one's going to be a problem. You know what you get, friend? Getting cut. Hopefully we can hand bomb both pieces. Just get them in and get it done with. I've been debating maybe even taking the small pieces like this and either getting a wood chipper or some sort of mill, maybe. So, in processing some of this stuff on site. We'll just have to see. Yeah. Got the cold engine. Let's see. 17 tons. The truck weighs 8 tons. So we're pulling 9 tons. So yeah, we are overloaded, guys. The truck can pull about 16,000 pounds. Or 8 tons, we're at 9, so we're about 2,000 pounds overloaded for what this truck's really rated for. So we got to be a little careful putting strain on the engine when it's cold. Otherwise, we could end up regretting some of our decisions. And like I said with the case, you know, having it out of commission because it's down for repairs. I mean, I guess we could afford some sort of, you know, alternate vehicle, but we have things to spend the money on, and I really don't want to have my vehicles down. Having to fix that generator yesterday was a small project, and probably, I mean, having it bounce around on the trailer the whole way up here was my fault, and you know, sort of expect that level of wear on the equipment when we do that. But still, I mean, it's just time down, time we're not making money, and I know it's April, but we are already racing for winter, because once the weather hits, it is going to be a whole different ball game in regards to, you know, what we can afford and what we can do. So let's do our typical. Let's send the ferry. Let's grab our fishing pole. Maybe we catch dinner. Maybe we don't. But at least get a line in the water. It is the advantage to the ferry. I don't think it saves us much time, but it gives us a chance to fish, and it is less miles on the vehicle than looping all the way around and driving continuously. So we will see. I think we're going to about outfish this ferry spot here pretty soon. Seems like we're fishing it 4 or 5 times a day. Fish can't be that dumb, right? They got to move on. They got to figure out they're getting caught here. Oh man, not doing well with this one. Come on, give it to me. All right, there we go. We caught ourselves some dinner. Very nice. Got a trout. Back in the truck. That was a perfect use of time. This is not a bad load of wood. I wouldn't be surprised if we get 8 grand for this. You got about 4,200 on the first load, which was the leftover big chunks. The bottom of the trunks from yesterday's cutting, well, 2 days ago's cutting that we cleaned up yesterday, and then the hand bomb pieces. So get 8 grand here. Will be about 12 grand for the day. Trying to keep that bank balance up as much as possible. Just want to slowly start getting ahead. We're going to have to spend some money on a cow pasture here, or we don't have to, but I'm going to. I think that's a good long-term investment, and then we need to have some money to start getting into something that's going to make us money besides all the wood cutting. I mean, we're definitely going to be doing timber work. I'd like to get some big equipment for timber work, but I just know that's going to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we might get lucky in the sale and see if we can get something there. I checked again today. There's a nice John Deere 6R in the sale. Someone turned in up here, but we don't really have any need for a John Deere 6R, so, you know, not a useful piece of equipment for us. Funny, when I came by early this afternoon, what's the guy's name? Mac or Roy, or I don't know what the guy's name is. He was gone. 8,100, so $12,000 for the day. We're starting to make progress. Let's head on back to the home site, to the campsite, and let's get rolling here. There we go. Had a little slippage coming out of there. That was surprising. All right, well, I will see you guys back at the landing to get some more logs loaded. See you in a minute. Well, guys, $400 massive trout. Sell that, make a little bit of money. I mean, for Yukon purposes, we are $12,000 in wood and $400 in a fish. We are getting it big today. Getting the rod in the water is always a good idea. So we'll wrap up our trip back. I really have been debating if we need to run up to the shop today and just get a box plow attachment for the Bobcat. I don't know what the weather's going to be. They say there's snow coming. It's hard to tell exactly what that is. I'm wondering if maybe we also need to invest in a weather station and maybe try to get, you know, a little bit better, more accurate forecasts. But, you know, I'm just nervous, I guess, is what it is. You know, if it rains a little bit like today, I mean, hey, that's a free truck wash. Look how clean the truck and the trailer are. That's the cleanest they've been since we got up here. But if it snows and we can't work, that's a real challenge. That is a real challenge. So we'll have to sort of figure all of that out. All right, let's see. Get staged here. I think I probably left the Bobcat, see, there it is, guys. The case in a bad spot. I think we want to load on this side so the big ends are facing the front of the trailers. So let's give that a try and see how that goes. Yeah, it's 320. I think we could load a little bit more wood and before the shop closes, before we'd have to head up there. So maybe we give them a call and see. Yeah, I think they're open till 5-ish. Yeah, so let's load one more set of wood. We'll see if we get to the mill, and then I think we head to the shop and get a box plow attachment for the case, just in the off chance that we get some real snow, because we are not going to be able to make a lot of progress if we get snow. Just giving the case a second to warm up. Again, got to watch those cold engine starts. Really trying to be, I mean, we're going to be rough on the equipment, don't get me wrong, but trying not to be unnecessarily rough on the equipment now. I don't think we won't regularly get a threefer because of that. Underneath it. Yeah, just not going to cooperate with 3. That's okay. These little ones, as I said, are always the harder ones to load. So maybe we pick up a weather station while we're up at the shop as well. Come on, just stay centered there for me, little case. There we are. Not a great placement on that first log being diagonal, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? And get in here. All right, come on. We got it. The case has got to stop wiggling. That is. And we didn't get them because they're stuck underneath there. Well, the good news is if they're underneath there, then we should be able to just go underneath, right? So we come over here, and we sort of come in at an angle. We tip. Okay, that's the case turning that is so challenging to overcome. Give me. We're gonna chase these guys into the forest, and then we're gonna be stuck in here. Get caught on all kinds of trees. Yeah, the little pieces. Like I said, we might just start getting ourselves a sawmill here, and try to clean up the little pieces on our own, because getting them loaded up and taken to the mill, I'm not sure they make us a bunch of money. And as you can see, there's a certain diameter, and they just start to really be uncooperative in regards to getting them in the claw. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. Don't hit the truck. Got all kinds of... That got challenging. Oh, and we hit the bed of the truck. All kinds of challenges back there, but we got through it. Wasn't pretty, but we did get through it. So, considering what we want to do with our time up here in the Yukon, I mentioned last episode, you know, we have a bunch of options. Leave me a comment in the video down below. You know, what kind of stuff do you want to see? Should we do some solo mining? Should we do some aquaculture? Should we do some timber productions? I'm thinking maybe a sawmill and a carpentry shop could be an interesting option up here. And remember, we have to be a little bit careful with what we choose, because whatever productions we run. So, you know, we have to physically be at the production doing it. So having, you know, 10 or 12 productions isn't going to help us very much. That one is crooked. That's what's causing all of the havoc. So we do have to be a little bit careful just insofar as what we commit to, because otherwise, if we get too deep and we have, you know, not that we ever would, but say we had 10 productions, you know, we can't run 10 productions. We just can't. There aren't enough hours in the day, so not that we couldn't do stuff seasonally or alternate, but if we invest a lot of money into a production or two and then can't do it time-wise, you know, because say if we did a wood shop or, you know, a carpenter shop or something like that, you know, we have to get the lumber cut and loaded and everything else, and then we have to run that production. So, there are definitely limitations. Okay, guys. I don't know what to tell you on this one. This log, okay, got stuck in the teeth apparently. That's okay. They've got a big enough pile. I'm trying to hit it close to this edge, so we're using that tree as a backstop, because that is nice. Now this load is going to be finicky. Let's get it up over the trailer quickly, and that way if we lose one, we lose it into the trailer. I actually think that's not a bad spot for it. Yep. And pull back a little bit. This is definitely turned into a bit of a weird load with everything tipped so far back, but thus far it's working out, so we're not going to complain. Yeah, they're getting thick at the back. May only be able to get one at a time now. Could consider loading from the other side and get the thick ends of the logs down there. But for now, I think it's working. I do think we need to put the next couple loads in from the other side. I have to grab totally at one end of the stack, but that tree is such a nice backstop to push against. It's proving to be a little more challenging to get the logs evenly balanced and still get underneath them. Oh yeah, we got room on this side for sure. Whoa! Okay, gotta be careful. A little bit of the skid steer acrobatics there, circus act. Don't know if that's a way we can make money or not, but okay, little skid steer, I need you to not spin for me, buddy. Okay. And I think this guy's gonna have to be pushed up a little bit. We didn't quite get him centered, but I was worried about tipping over again. So let's see. Get down in here. There we go. And I think one, two more. Just about get through this side of the pile. A nice load of wood, I'll tell you that. We should make some good money on it. 3:45, took us about 25 minutes to get everything loaded up. That's gonna have to go. Come on now. Be gentle. There we are. I think we get one more in there. And that's going to be fully overloaded. 3 episodes from now, when we have issues with the Ford and the mechanics, don't remind me that I kept loading even though we knew we were full. This is going to be a heavy one. I'm not sure the case can actually get this one. Well, I got it up in the air, but it is... Wow, is that tippy. Got to be very, very careful. Oh, boy. Need to get those front ends brought around a little more without losing it. And I think this is going to be a case of strap it while we can. Then let go and back away slowly. Okay, yeah. That is definitively overloaded. Not that we doubted it, but anyone who was thinking we weren't overloading the truck, that certainly was it. Okay. Got the next 2 ready. Well, I guess we actually don't need the next 2 ready because we're taking the skid steer up to the shop to get the box plow next, because we'll be back from this one right around 4 o'clock. 4:15, somewhere in there if I had to guess. So, we'll be heading up there. Oh, bumped the edge of the greenhouse. Already doing damage to our property. So away we go. 18.7 tons. Yep, more than last time, and probably not in a good way. But we'll get up there, we'll get it sold, and we'll go from there. I will meet you guys at the sawmill so you can see the sale, and then I'll come back here and we'll grab the case. We're actually going to put it into the trailer and go down to the shop and see about buying a weather station and that box plow so we can hopefully be ready, because as I said, there's actually snow in the forecast tonight into tomorrow. Now, I don't know if that, it could be a dusting, could be nothing, but not knowing what the Yukon weather will be, we're going to be prepared. So I'll see you guys over at the sawmill. Well, guys, it seems like every time I go to leave, we throw a line in the water and we catch a fish. So here's another giant salmon for $400. Keeping ourselves in the black today financially. Oh, no. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to do that. Oh, guys. We sent the ferry back. Oh, boy. Well, I guess there's nothing to do but fish. So we'll see how this goes. Over there by that sinking tugboat. Great cast, by the way. Right by some structure. Well, we're going to have to go over. We're going to have to go back. We're going to get 2 chances to fish, this one and on the way back, because we sent the ferry the wrong way. Well, that was a piece of trash for a piece of trash run, because we shouldn't even be going this way. Just wait to get this guy back over here, and then we'll reset it. There we go. Fish off the right side this time, see how that goes. Get way out there. Haven't fished off the right side very much. We'll see how that turns out for us. Oh, we're going to have a hard time keeping this one on. That was a bad start. Got a bad set on the hook. And we recovered, and there we go. Another $400 for a massive trout. I'm going to get into the truck now before I can do something dumb like send the ferry back for a 3rd time and really make this into an experience. So $800 this trip alone in sold fish. We had one earlier, so that's $1,200 in fish. Certainly not going to make us rich, but it does. Every little bit helps, and it's going to be a matter of building financial momentum to get where we need to be able to buy the equipment we want to buy and increase the scale of our operations. So You know, every penny in the bucket, every drop in the bucket helps, and we're just going to take it that way. And there's nothing to do on the ferry but sit, so we may as well throw a line in the water and see. And even if we, you know, end up eating some chicken, which would be nice to mix it up here, or getting into some beef eventually, we can still fish and make a little bit of money. So not a bad way to go about it. Let's get this wood sold. Let's get back to the landing and get the Bobcat. See, guys, I'm going to call it a Bobcat. Let's get the case. Oh, that loads heavy. See that? That was nearly a disaster. Let's get the case loaded up, head up to the shop. I think we're going to buy a box plow and that weather station, and you know, just be ready. I mean, it's 4 in the afternoon. The rain's dried up, but it is still very, very foggy here. So it feels like there's a low pressure system hanging out, and that might lead to the snow we're going to see overnight. Here we are. Here we are. 8,300. So $200 more than last time. We had two $8,000 loads at 16 plus a 4. That is $20,000 on the day for wood and $1,200 in fish. So we are certainly pulling ahead financially. Like I keep saying, though, we have plenty of stuff to buy. I will see you guys back at the landing to get the case loaded up and head to the shop. It's 4:10. We got 50 minutes to get there and get back, so I'll see you soon. So we got to move quick. Pulling in to our site here. Was looking at the Ford's fuel gauge there, and I think we are we're pretty close on fuel. So let's fill up. Remember, we had 2 barrels. I've already used 1. So I'm thinking we're going to need to find an alternative to the fuel source for up here. Oh, they've got the ramps out on the Ford here. Let's see. There we go. Get those put away. I need to see that. Okay, so first off, we'll open up the back, and then let's get the ramps out. That should be good. We're going to bring the case, but we're not going to bring any attachments so that we can get the box ball back. I think it's going to ride on top of the rails of the trailer, but I think it's going to be the best way to get it loaded. Go. I know, you don't like being high revved when you're cold. Now, 422, we gotta keep making progress up that way. Get this load at least centered, if not a little in front of the axles there. And back up, put the weight right over that axle. I think that'll be pretty good. All right. So we gotta get a box plow, we gotta get a weather station, and we need to find an alternative for our fuel. Case is all strapped down. We're gonna head up to the shop. We got 36 minutes to get there. I'm gonna give them a call on the way up so they're ready for us. Hate showing up the last minute when they're trying to close up. So I will get on the phone with them and let them know we're coming and what we're looking for, so they can have it out for us, and we will go from there. So I'll see you guys at the shop when we have some new equipment to show you guys. See you in a minute. We are just getting the last bit loaded up. Check out this box plow we got for the case. Looking good. Also got a diesel tank that I'm excited for. Guys at the shop said a lot of people up here use them. It goes, you can put it on the front of a skid steer, has a 700 or 800 liter capacity, and you can take it around and fill all your vehicles and use it sort of like a mobile gas pump. So that is really exciting news. Bought the weather station. That was $4,200. The plow was $11,000, and the fuel tank was $1,500. Plus, I bought an extra $1,000 worth of fuel. A little more than we could take, so they sort of are keeping track up here. I can come fill it up until that's gone. But all said and done, a successful shop at the store, and It is just before closing time. Don't like keeping the guys out here longer than we have to. So let's go ahead and I think we want to throw this strap off. That one looks a little bit ridiculous going up and over the bucket. I'm not sure that one's going to actually hold anything in place, but we're going to head back down to the farm, or back down to the landing, and get all this stuff unloaded and be ready for tomorrow if needed. I will meet you guys there, and I will we'll get this diesel tank unloaded and placed, and then I think it's going to be about it. It's 5 o'clock. I'm getting hungry. It's time for dinner. Been a full day. Now if we do get snow overnight, it won't be a big deal, and we're all set and ready. So I'll see you guys back at the landing. Just got the box plow put down. Let's grab our skid steer here and let's get that fuel tank unloaded. Excited to have that on property with us. Going to help a lot more. That one little barrel is not going to last us very long. The old Ford here is a thirsty girl, and we need bigger and better fuel capacity. So get these down in there. Get scooped up here. Oh boy, she's a heavy load. Yeah, 800 liters of fuel. Get it down here. Raise it up just a little bit as we're coming down. I think we're just going to put it right over here between the trees. I think for right now, we can always take it somewhere else if we need it. But I think right in here is going to sort of be the best spot for it. So let's see about getting this. There we go. Diesel tank on the property for the win. So guys, that's going to be all for this one. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications on your way out. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP. We're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Well, guys, it snowed. And tried to get out of bed early this morning and tried to get on top of the snow, but we had some insanely dense fog. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face until about 10 minutes ago, so got to get the yard cleaned up a bit. Gonna have to get some of this snow pushed out. I don't think we're gonna be able to do any log deliveries to the store today or to the sawmill. I can't imagine the roads up here are going to be passable, but we do need to make sure we get water for us and for the chickens and get at least a little bit of our yard cleared out so we have a hope of getting moving around. I mean, it is expecting 36 to 38 centimeters of snow. I mean, that is a foot of snow or more. So it is, and it's cold. It is 4 degrees outside, so just trying to get enough cleared here that we can get the Polaris down to the water and get some water for the day. It is going to be a challenge, so I'm going to get this snow cleared out. It is going to be some doing. I can't imagine how lucky and fortunate we were that we picked up this snow box for the Bobcat yesterday. I was looking at the forecast, and like I said, I could not believe for the life of me that we were actually going to get snow in May. And I mean, you guys look at this. This may as well be the middle of winter based on the conditions. So the Yukon is no joke with the snow. Glad we are moderately prepared with our little box pusher here to keep things moving. I'm going to try to get a path down to the water here. I think the best play is going to be just to try to clear straight down, not clear the whole thing, and just see what we can do. Man, that is a huge pile of snow we are pushing there. And I did not get the gate open yet, so let's get the snow pushed off to the side a little bit first. Gonna have to make a path for me to get down there to get that gate open. Try to close the gate every night. Don't know that we need to, but just sort of force a habit at this point. So let's go get the gate open. I think we're gonna have to get the water from right here, right there at the river, maybe the only spot that isn't frozen because it's still moving water. So let's see about getting a little path cleared down here for the Polaris. I'm very concerned about getting the Polaris stuck in the snow or even sliding into the river, quite frankly, at this point. So let's see what we can do here to get this cleaned up a bit. Can't push snow over onto the big trees. They don't move out of the way very well. But we will get much of this cleared as we can. Pushing snow in the forest. Never thought I'd be doing this, guys. But here we find ourselves. Can we? Let's just do a cross over here and push the pile this way. This is craziness. We talked about testing our grit, and here we are. It is not easy in the Yukon, I'll tell you that much. Let's see if we can get just another pass up over here. Get some of this pushed out of the way. Really hoping to have just enough of a path to be able to get down and get some water. Make sure our big barrel of water stays full. Okay, making progress, feeling good. We are going to have to clear all the way back to where the Polaris is and where our water barrel is so we can actually get back in there. Look at this pile of snow I'm making, guys. It's as tall as a bobcat. Or the case. Yeah, I told you I was going to call it a bobcat the whole time. As tall as the case. And sweep the pile around to get it out of the way a little bit. I think we're making good progress as far as getting the yard opened up a little bit. Have to get a couple more little pushes here, and then we got to go back down by the trailer. It was time to break out the long johns and the hat and the wool socks this morning. Nice to have an enclosed heated cab on the skid steer. Alright, so for the most part, that's looking pretty good. Get this area over here. Start pushing. Gotta get this cleared over by the camper. Don't want to put a huge pile in front of the door of the camper so we can't get in and out. Gotta be careful. There's our surveyor we picked up last episode. Oh, I gotta show you guys. I got the last night after dinner I popped back out and got the weather station installed, and it verified that we were supposed to get snow. I was hoping that maybe my new weather station was wrong, but it was right. So let me show you guys the new weather station. So I had to put it over here by the greenhouse, sort of out of the way. You can see there is the new weather station all ready to go. Tracking the weather for us, letting us know that, yeah, it's going to snow in May, guys. So, okay, let's keep rolling here. I think it's going to be just like one more pass. We really don't need to clear like the whole yard. That's just, I mean, to be nice, my OCD would like having the whole yard cleared, but I think just for burning diesel and getting ready for everything, it is not a useful a good way for us to spend our time is trying to get the whole yard cleared. Want to get enough that if we got to get in and out, we can. Yep. Starting to lose. Look at that pile of snow, guys. That is absolute craziness. Remember, we timed our arrival up here in the Yukon in April to hit the good weather, and apparently this is the good weather. All right, let's get that done. Excellent. Now I think maybe we just do a quick little push over this way just to try to get the Polaris cleared out a little bit, knocking over our eggs. Been enjoying eggs for breakfast in the morning. That is a nice touch with having the chickens. Let's get the Polaris turned on. It's going to take a minute to warm up. And let's take a run down and just make sure that we have enough cleared here. The Polaris is going to make it. Let's just do another quick test run here. I think that's pretty good. Would like to get some more logs delivered today. I was hoping to make some progress on our logging adventures, but so far today is not the day for that. First day of May, and we are all but stuck in the camper. Just have to get water. I'm going to widen this bit here just a little bit. Make sure the Polaris can get down here and get turned around. And we'll push it over to the pile this way. I think, yeah, there's one more there. I wonder what happens if we try to push the snow into the water. Obviously don't want to put the skid steer in the water. That would be a complete disaster. But can I... What happens here if I... That's as far as I want to go, guys. That was terrifying. Oh my goodness, look at that. We just got more snow. Are we not even keeping up with the snow? Did we just lose all of our progress? Guys, we just lost all of our progress. Okay, we're going to have to go fast. We're going to do one pass up here. I've got the hammer down on the skid steer, and it is hardly keeping up. It is pushing this snow. Man, look at that weather. That is insane. Okay. We're just going to get the Polaris out, get it down, and get water real quick before we end up getting ourselves into trouble. And then we might just have to sleep it off in the camper, watch some YouTube videos, find some farm sim to watch until this storm passes. Okay. And then we decided we'd clear this little spot here, try to help get it out. Okay. I mean, I'm leaving the Bobcat running in case we got to do a rescue mission, because it is snowing like crazy. Okay. Polaris is all warmed up. Got no water in the tank, so that's good news. We got the big off-road tires on the Polaris, so that should be a help. But man, oh man, look at that snow. Okay, we just have to keep our water supplies up. I'm concerned we might be getting some ice on the edge of the river here, which might make it really hard to get snow. Okay, we are... Oh, let's not get high-centered in the snow. Oh, guys. Oh, the Polaris has it. Okay. We gotta avoid the snow piles. And we're sliding, you know, sliding by the river edge in the snow. This is not a good plan. Okay. We're just gonna have to sort of go slow and steady. Alright, let's get squared up here. Yeah, we are sliding a whole lot. Man, oh man, if we end up in the river today, this is going to be a expensive water run. Okay, we got the water barrel by the tree. The tree might actually help us. Look at that snow. Can we get it from there? No, we're not there yet. I'm actually trying to use the tree as a bit of a backstop. Just not low enough. I was hoping that tree was going to help hold us in position. It did not. We didn't get low enough with the water barrel, so Man, it is. We are sliding. You see that? The trailer's just jackknifing. We're sliding so hard. Let's get squared up once again. Feeling the angst. By keeping this moving and keeping it out of the water. Okay, here we are. We don't have the tree as a backstop. Trying really hard not to put the Polaris over the edge in the slippery snow. Okay, we're on the gas. Nope, we're on the gas. We lost it. Oh, that's bad news, guys. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, this just became a winter rescue mission. We got to get the Ford, and we got to get it pulled out. Luckily, it's not too deep there, but it is going to be cold getting this guy out of the water. Man, oh man, that was not what I was hoping for. We should have gotten our ramp in. Going over the edge like that, we knew was risky when the weather was good, and now we have made a critical error. It's going to take... I'm hoping this isn't a complete disaster. I hope that isn't a loss. Have to get it out of there. Alright, let's get in. Let's get the Ford warmed up. Okay. Let's see if we can do this without putting the Ford in the water too. Man, it is. The snow is no joke. Let's get some lights on. See what we're doing here. Okay. I'm gonna be getting wet today. Let's see. Grab our winch line. Oh man, that is so not good. Okay, we missed it. The hook slipped. Gotta grab it again. We're getting there. You can see where that went poorly. Okay, we're hooked on. Full on recovery going on here in the snow. I'm winching in and backing up at the same time. Okay. Oh, we got it out. That is not good, guys. Not good. Alright, we're going to have to pull this thing all the way back. I'm going to have to pull it apart when the weather gets better. Alright, here we go. This is what happens in the Yukon. Mistakes were made. I'm going to have to pull the plugs, get it all dried out, change the oil. Polaris is down until we get some maintenance done on it. Alright, let's get it up out of the way a little bit. Want to go this way? Maybe we don't. Maybe we want to go back. Pull back towards the camper where the tools are. Yep, we knew that slope was bad. So project number 1 when the weather breaks. Don't be hitting the chicken coop. Project number 1 when the weather breaks is getting a water source that is more viable than going to the river, because this is going to be costly. Alright, well, let's go check. Go check and see how this went. You know what we're going to do first off? Let's get the water barrel detached. We can at least get that undone. Can we? I think we're all locked up. Alright, I'm going to have to get the water barrel detached. I will be right back, and we may have to go try to put the water barrel in the back of the Ford. How much water do we have? Let's see. 1,200 liters. I mean, not a lot. You can go through that pretty quickly. Alright, let me get the trailer off, and I'll be right back. Alright, we got the Polaris detached from the water trailer. Gonna have to get that running. It's gonna be... Polaris may be out of commission for a couple days here with the snow. We're gonna have to see. Let's see. Okay. Dangerous water mission 2.0. We are heading back down. Got to get our daily water. Make sure we have water at the trailer. I'm concerned if we don't get it now and the snow gets worse, we may get ourselves in real trouble. Why, even though we have 1,200 liters, which seems like a lot, if we're snowed into the trailer for a couple of days, this is going to be, we'll be out of water. And I mean, if it gets better, that's great, but what if it gets worse, guys? What if we get, 2 or 3 feet of snow? And this trailer on this truck is just silly. It's too small. Gets pushed around too much, and with the snow, we are sliding all over the place. All right, let's see. Come on. Just don't want to hit that tree. Come on. Come back around, trailer. Get away from the snow pile. Okay, we got to be super careful. I don't know that there is a vehicle capable of recovering our Ford here. Alright, not quite there yet. We got it. Man, look at that. That is not good, guys. We need to build a ramp. Okay, so we got it done. Can barely even see where I'm driving. Look at all this snow. Alright, now we just got to get in here. I don't really want to pull. Will the Ford fit back here? This is going to be tight. Okay, let's get the water in. Alright, I feel better now that I know we have water. Let's get the Ford pushed out here and squared up in case we've got to take it again in the morning. Okay, lights off. Get that turned off. Okay, that was not ideal, guys. That was not worth the price of water we got. Now we gotta fix the. Now we have to fix the Polaris when we get there. I'm gonna get this guy backed up right by the door in case we have more snow. We have to plow ourselves out again. All right, let's see. All right, he is good to go. That down there. Get the lights off. All right. I mean, the only thing to do at this point, guys, the chickens, let's double check and make sure they have food. They should be good. Yep, they're all good. Greenhouse looks good despite, I mean, you got the tarps up. We got some stuff growing. Yep, that looks good. Weather station. Weather station said there's a chance of Polaris in the water, and it's 100% today, so not ideal. Well, I'm going to go in and get warmed up and get dried off from getting in the water there, and I will check in with you guys when the snow breaks. All right, guys, we are back, and let me tell you, just had to get a chicken out of the coop for dinner tonight because there wasn't much else to do and can't fish in this weather. It's just about 4:30. You can see it stopped snowing. The sun is still up. But we have a huge snow problem. So I did call the guys up at the shop and just sort of asked, what is the expectation for the road getting cleared? And they said, it is, the county does maintain the road, but it has been a problem because the guy who used to do it no longer is around. And I said, well, what about us up here that are trying to get some work done and everything else? And they said, well, there's not really anyone here. I said, well, is the plow around? And they said, yeah. So I got in touch with the county official, and basically they'll pay us $250 to plow this road from the store to the sawmill and back and open it up. So don't know what kind of equipment they have. But since there's not much else to do today, and we need the road open to get our wood in there and make some more money, we are going to head up to town, well, to the shop area. Apparently the municipal building is down the hill by the dock, and see about getting this road cleared, because, man, if I was pulling my log trailer full, this would be a mess, to say the least. So, don't know if it's something we're going to end up doing long term or if they'll find a replacement, but the road has got to be open. It is risky business being snowed in up here, and man, I've got the hammer down on the Ford. I'm glad we got the big off-road mud tires and a little bit of a lift kit because it is deep. I think we got to 40 centimeters of snow, so we are driving on more than a foot of snow. Man, even turning at times, the traction is not very good. So I'm not sure if clearing the road is going to help us. Oh, there's, yep, that's, we got the bull guard on the front, the bull bar, in case we do something silly like that. But you can see, I mean, look at that. It is tough going. So I was saying, I'm not sure if it's going to make a huge difference. Look how deep that snow is, rubbing the pumpkin underneath. Because we're supposed to get more snow potentially tomorrow, so I'm going to plow it for everyone who lives out here and just try to get the road open, make it safe if people had to get out. Hopefully that enables us to get some work done tomorrow with the road open, but if it snows again, we might just be snowed in. Oh, we're getting sideways. It's getting squirrely. We saved it. I mean, you guys can see this is not easy going. If we even tried to pull that trailer full of logs to the mill in this, we would be stuck or off the road and could be in a really dangerous situation. So let's get up here. Man, it's hard to even tell. I think we're getting close, but I can't see hardly anything here. It's hard to see more than 50 feet in front of the truck. And it is going to only be getting darker as we get going, so come on, we got to be pulling up the hill here. I think this is the hill. This looks familiar about where we ran out of fuel. Maybe not. Like I said, hard to tell. Okay, here's the corner. Where are we headed, guys? Did we make a wrong turn somewhere? It's like we're getting lost over here. And here, and see that truck bouncing. It is a struggle. Okay, woo, look at that, coming out of the fog. We're at the shop. Now, they said down the hill. Holy buckets, is it foggy. Down the hill, the municipal shed has some county equipment in it. Okay, so here's the shed. Oh, they even got the door open. Oh. Ho, ho, ho. They got a real plow for up here. All right, well, let's see if we can get parked. Want to get out of the way. All right, we'll just leave the truck over here. This could be exciting, guys. And look at that big Western Star truck. Okay. Ooh, she starts good. I'm liking the sound of that. She's got a side plow, too. Ooh. Okay, so let's see what we got here. When we get the plows down is the question. Okay, so that's not the right one. Let's see. Okay. Is that what we want? Oh, we got the other one down. Okay, unfolded. That one's down. Got to figure out the controls here. Okay, so we are down. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at this thing push snow. Holy buckets. Let's get some beacons on. Guys, this thing is crazy. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Well, they got the right equipment for the job up here. I'll give them that. They've just plowed the store in. Hopefully they got a big box plow for their loader, so won't be a big deal. Trying to make sure we get this snow moved off to the edge of the road. Man, let's see. Maybe we try to set a little bit of a cruise control here. 74 is probably not the speed we want cruise at. Let's get that down to maybe like 20, 25. let's see. Almost there. Let's try 24. Just see if that's nice and smooth. Oh yeah, that's good. All right. I mean, watch out, guys. We are clearing the road. This is unbelievable. Making great progress. We're going to run this guy down to the sawmill and do a lap around there. And then we will continue on our way back and get everything cleared up. But we are opening up the road. This is just an incredible piece of machinery. Look at this thing clearing the road. And that is a huge pile of snow. So I'm going to throw this on a time lapse, and I'll catch you guys when we get to back to the building, or back to the shed. Well, guys, that was a huge project. As you can see, it is 2 a.m. We got snowed. We got fogged out is what happened. We got down by the sawmill, so had to park and just sit for a couple hours. Probably do a little cleanup in other areas, but had to wait for that fog to clear. So we are done, but it is late, and it is time to get home. Glad that we have all of this done, so let's get everything up and detached, and let's get this plow put away and go from there. Let's see. Okay, up and away. Get it put into the garage. I am excited to get home, and I had a couple snacks in the truck, so made it through, but I'm definitely very, very hungry. Looking forward to getting something to eat and getting to bed in a nice warm bed as we're getting bounced around in the truck all afternoon. So that is all done from the county. They will send me the money in the morning, so not a big deal. And we are going to head home to bed. Now, if you want to see the entire time lapse of all the plowing we did, you're going to have to wait until the end of the episode. I put it in after the credits, so you'll see the first half in the episode, and if you want to catch the rest, you can do that right after this. So that was a unexpected episode here in May. Quite productive in regards to moving snow, but not into us making any money or making progress on our Northwoods survival goals and getting wood sold and making money. But that's okay. That's the way it is in the Northwoods. You take what you get. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods and the snowy Northwoods for today, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Good morning. We are back to moving snow, guys. It is the second day of May after our late night last night plowing. Decided to sleep in a little bit this morning to try to get caught up a little bit. And, you know, we got plenty of snow in the yard. Our goal for today is going to be to get at least one load of wood taken across to the mill. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. As you can see, it is 14 degrees and we have more snow in the forecast. So I'm going to get the yard cleaned up a little bit so we can get prepped for that. And I will see you guys when that is all done and we're ready to start loading wood. So I'll check in with you guys in a little bit. Just wrapped up the plowing, and as you saw, the 250 bucks for plowing the municipal road last night just came in. Gonna go ahead and get connected up here. Went pretty well. Plowing wasn't too hard. It's just definitely time consuming. Did get a chance to check on the chickens and the greenhouse. Have plenty of feed in the chicken coop. Plenty of water and seed in the greenhouse, so we are good to go there. Just need to get a load of logs up there. I'm thinking we may need to get ourselves another piece of equipment. We need to be able to move logs more effectively and over rougher terrain, maybe even in the snow, to be honest. So, been talking to the guys up at the shop. They said they took in on trade a skidder used to pull trees that they may be able to get me a decent price on, maybe within our current budget. So we'll have to check and see. I do want to get a load of logs in to the mill first, assuming, you know, that is possible. With the roads, I did check. I mean, the plowing I did last night looks good, but we do have snow in the forecast for this afternoon, so it's going to be a matter of getting the logs, getting them to the mill, and getting that done with relatively quickly here. Let's see. Not the best as far as getting them all the way up to the front, but got them in the trailer, and for today with the snow, that might just be the benchmark for success. Trying to get this one that's sort of pulled up on the pile of snow there. Tighten that grab down a little bit maybe and see if that helps. It did not. We made it worse, but that's okay. We will figure out how to get this piece in here. Let's get up here and get angled in. Nope, got to come down just a little bit further, get that one squared up so we can actually get it in right by the rear tire. I imagine will actually work quite well. Perfect. Nailed that one. Feeling good about that. Alright, I don't think this is one load of wood. I think we're going to have to take 2 trips to finish our pile. I don't know that we'll get to that today with the weather. We'll have to see. But definitely want to take a full load to the mill. Now, the weather has been just crazy. I just was not expecting. I mean, the fog has been very challenging. Just as far as being able to see. I mean, there was sometimes the fog is so thick, I can't see, you know, my hand in front of my face, let alone to be able to operate equipment and get logs loaded and everything else. And it's still foggy this morning, but at least it's, you know, I would say manageable. See if we can't get that one to slide over to the other side a little bit. There we go. Maybe that one will lay down in there in a minute. So yeah, the Yukon's no joke. Has been a man versus environment challenge. And right now the environment is throwing everything they got at us, and I think we're doing pretty well. Could definitely see needing better or bigger snow removal equipment. I think that would be on our long-term list. I'm not sure that's something that we can accomplish anytime soon. I think we'll need some kind of loader like they have up at the shop to be able to get you know, a big plow on it to be able to clear out more space. I also know that's going to come with some challenges. You know, if we're working back in the forest and we're on narrow logging lanes, you know, heading back and forth, the big box plow is not going to work. The Bobcat may be the only option, so, or the case may be the only option. So we'll just have to play it by ear, but I can definitely see having some bigger equipment as being helpful. See what we can get ourselves into. Have to sort of keep driving in the snow. I don't think we have a very good grab on that one, but the snow is... Yep, I'd say the snow is stopping us from getting any closer, so... That is what it is at that point. We got it. Nice and easy. 57 to 58 centimeters of snow. We are definitely not out of the snow yet. I did look at the forecast. Does look like tomorrow is potentially the last bit of snow for a little while, and then we're gonna warm up. Oh boy, we're doing crazy things here. Can we back up with one log in and pull the other one out? No, we cannot. So thought maybe we'd be able to pull some out of the snow here, but that's not the case. Yep, I was going to say, we're having a hard time getting under and around the logs because of the snow. Have to sort of get them unwedged and then pick them up. Oh, and we put this one right back where it was, so that's not particularly helpful. There we go. Now we got it back in the jaws. You can see how much that case is sliding, though, on that hard-packed snow. Glad we got a big portion of the yard plowed and cleaned up. Nope. Trying to just get this one to sit down in there a little bit. Thinking one more is probably going to be our limit, and that might even be a bit much, but this one doesn't look too big. So let's see what we can get. There we go. Fought it out. Is this one gonna stay? That's the real question. I think we might need to push this top one over a little bit. Oh, let's see what happens here. Will that one lay flat again? It might. I'm thinking this one might come in from the other side. Oh, handstand. Glad we didn't end up on the front window. That is narrow by the truck. Oh, and it's snowy on this side too. This could definitely be a bad idea. Alright, let's see if we back away slowly. Oh boy. That is not in the trailer. Okay. Throw a strap on it. Perfect. That's a full load, guys. I feel good about that one. Now, getting to the mill, we'll have to see how that goes. I mean, I said the roads are clear, but snow drifts, ice, all kinds of options could be a problem. The rest of the straps on. I don't see us making very fast progress to the mill. I would hate to get up a bunch of speed in all this fog and end up, I mean, we can't even see the other side of the road, end up in a ditch, end up in a drift. I'd hate to hit a snow drift or a bit of ice and end up off the road. I can't even begin to imagine what a recovery in these conditions. I mean, look at that fog, guys. That is crazy. Cannot imagine what a recovery in these conditions would entail. We'd have to walk back, get the case, get the skid steer, drive it back here at 12 miles an hour. I mean, it would be a huge project, so definitely worth taking our time. Conditions have to be slippery. I mean, I'm glad we got the road cleared last night, but, you know, it is not ready for fast travel yet. Let's see. Should have the bridge coming up. Okay, the bridge has drifts. Oh, that bridge is icy. You guys see that? Oh, ho, ho. Okay, we got totally sideways on the bridge there. Yeah, I'm sliding a lot. Wow. Okay, back on the gravel. Oh, that was not good, guys. We were sliding out of control there. I would say we throw a fishing line in the water between the fog and the cold. I'm not too sure that's the best idea. Can't see what we're fishing, can't see what we're catching. We have some chicken left over from yesterday. Okay, so we did do a pretty decent job of clearing this. How is the barge going to be? Oh, you see that? We're sliding. Alright, we made it on here safe. That was touch and go there for a minute. It was slippery on the bridge. It is slippery on the barge. I mean, look at that. You can't even see. They're those big barges that come across. We could be in trouble. This is terrifying. Well, maybe we'll, let's see. Turn the truck on. Get the lights cranked up. Just give ourselves the most chance of being seen and heard. Hopefully we don't get crushed by a giant barge. Taking a load of wood in today may have been... I mean, look at that, guys. You can barely just see trees on the other side. It's been my experience on up here in the Yukon that this side of town has had a notably thicker amount of fog. Look at that. We are spinning and spinning and spinning, trying to get a little speed to get up and over. Okay. We made it. Now we just have to get to the mill. Let's see what we can get done here. Wow, I mean, that is pea soup up there. That is super dense fog in our way. Trying to get through here. Don't have much forward visibility. Concerned that if I get up too much speed and there's a snowdrift, we could just end up off the road stuck. And we are far from home. Might be the riskiest, the highest risk wood delivery we've done so far. No reason it shouldn't go well, but if it does go south, it's going to go really, really south on us, quick and in a hurry. That municipal plow we ran last night was a blast. That was a great piece of equipment. Tons of fun to drive. Oh, there's a bridge. Oh, there's a bridge. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, we're spinning. Oh, God. That was nearly us in the drink. The sawmill sign may have saved us. Oh, got my heart racing a little bit. Now, let's see how close we can get to the delivery point with the snow. I think that should about do it. Just a man standing here knee-deep in snow, staring at us. Nothing to see here, folks. $7,800 worth of logs. That is a big win today with the weather. Now, getting turned around up here. Yeah, that's sort of it. This is as far as we went with the plow, isn't it? Trying to keep at least one set of tires on the gravel at all times to make sure we have some traction to get turned around here. Okay. Let's not forget about that terrifying icy bridge, because this was crazy. we might have to call it a day here, guys. We may have to bring it on and see what tomorrow brings. This was, oh, the bridge. Go slow, go slow. Okay, we made it. This, I mean, I was hoping to get up to the shop today and maybe pick up a skidder, start getting some help with our log work, but I gotta tell you, this is all but untenable. I mean, I'm glad we got a load of wood taken in, but I can't even, I don't know. With snow in the forecast, maybe we head back and grab lunch and do a real quick sort of reconnoiter, regroup and see what we can accomplish this afternoon, if anything. And we might just be snowed in for a bit, so we'll have to check and see. But we'll get back, we'll get some lunch, we'll see what happens. I mean, I guess I could load the wood. That would mean the trailer was unusable until we delivered the wood. But if we're going to get more snow this afternoon, I guess maybe we should. Maybe we should load the wood, even if we don't take it, and just have it sort of staged and ready to go. Because if we get, I mean, they're saying 57 to 58 centimeters of snow, we could be, our wood pile could be totally inaccessible. Yeah, look at that. We are sliding already. We're going to go really, really slow. Okay, we are on. And let's try to get back across. All right, here's to hoping that we don't have another barge. I mean, I can't see, even if there was a barge coming. And I would not have guessed that May was going to bring this. I know it snows up here in the off season, even sometimes in the summer, but the fog, the snow, the cold, this is a serious, serious challenge. Okay. Just about back. Warm lunch, I think, is going to do us good. Be happy to be off the ferry in all this fog. Get a little bit of traction. Got the hammer down so we can make it through the snow. Alright, that's not too shabby. Alright, so we got one bridge we know on the way home is going to be an issue, or could be an issue. It's definitely going to be slippery. And otherwise, we just got to keep our wits about us to make sure that we stay on the road, don't hit any drifts, don't get pulled off the road. I feel like the bridge is coming up. Don't want to hit that bridge on the turn. Let's see. Okay, straighten up. We are sliding all over the place. Okay, good. Made the bridge. Definitely more challenging with a fully loaded trailer. That was, I think that was a big part of what was pushing us around on that icy bridge, but still so little traction when there's ice. And now we just got to make sure we don't miss our driveway in all this fog. Okay, there is one on the left. That's not ours. Ours should have a huge snow pile. I think it's coming up here pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, guys, this fog is ridiculous, okay? Yep, there's our big snow pile. Made it in. I feel like we should have the truck, at least at a minimum, sort of pointed out. I don't want to risk that afternoon snow coming and then all of a sudden we can't get our truck or our trailer out. Maybe put this one right here. Alright, well, I'm going to go grab lunch of that chicken from yesterday. And assuming it hasn't snowed or started snowing by the time I'm done with lunch, I think we get the rest of that wood loaded up and hope that's going to be enough for today. And maybe we just end up sleeping through or getting back in. I'll head into the camper, get warm again, and just hang out till the weather gets better. So I'll see you guys after lunch. All right. We beat the snow, at least for a little bit. We'll be coming in this afternoon. I think the goal is to get the trailer loaded. Now I'm warmed up and got a full belly of food. That's always good. So let's see if we can get the rest of these logs. You know what? We got to pull that trailer forward too, don't we? We don't want to be loading that in the snow. I think right about there should be good. We made, what, $7,800 on those logs that last batch? That is not bad at all. Okay, we're going to be getting deeper and deeper into the snow. As the case is our snowplow as well, we're going to have to be careful not to get this thing stuck. That would prove to be a pretty significant problem if we couldn't get our snowplow working again. Forgot to open up the tailgate on the trailer. Pop in and get that done real quick. There we are. That'll help with some of the longer logs. Yeah, this snow pile over here definitely has me cautious. So far, the tracks have been the right choice. Working really well for us. Oh, we're doing a wheel stand. Getting a little front heavy with that above our head. Not a big deal. Just got to get it in here carefully. All right. Handful more logs. Oh, we're skidding. We are skidding. Can we get two? No. Barely get one. I was going to say, that's not even a good one. Okay, so those are over here. Oh, come on. Come on, push it in. We just have no luck getting these things pushed together. Can we get that one this time? We got one. So cool to see the snow getting packed down under the tracks. All these feel sort of short. Maybe we could have left the tailgate closed on the trailer. Who knows? Got another one. 3 left. This is going really, really well. Do think we gotta try to move this one over a spot or two. And maybe even drop this one on the far side. Yep. So the last 3 loaded up nicely. There's a nice spot right there on the inside of the trailer. Okay. Oh, we had such a good rhythm going. Winner, winner. Tree trunk for dinner. Nailed it. Got it on the near side. Just where we needed it. Yeah, we are sliding all over the place. I think confidence is going up, which is always good, until we're overconfident and then we do something sort of silly. So let's get re-squared up to this one. Sliding a whole heck of a lot. So we're not gonna get 2. That one's gonna pop out as well. We're not even gonna get 1. There it is. All right, one more. One more for success. And we'll see. I think that may be it for today. I'm not sure I want to be dealing with more snow coming in. Yeah, and all these logs fit inside the trailer. That is a surprise. May also mean they're not worth as much. But we'll figure that out. Maybe get this one pushed in just a little bit. There we go. There it is. That's what we wanted. Alright, I think we got to get the grabber, the log grabber, put away close to the trailer. Maybe I'll just leave it over here. And I'll have, we got the plow just behind the trailer there. Be ready for more snow in the morning. Alright, get that guy turned off. Head over and get the Ford all set up. And we'll have a load ready to go in the morning. I think we can close the doors, guys. Yeah, everything fits. It ships. All good over here. I think we're going to try to just go nose out. Right down here. Ready to go. It is way too foggy to take a second trip on that barge. Just absolutely terrifying. So, I'm going to head back to the trailer. I'm going to watch the weather. If the weather turns good, the fog disappears a little bit. Maybe we'll run that load of wood up. If not, then we might just have an early day and get into the third day of May and see what the weather brings. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock at night. Wanted to give you guys a quick update. It has snowed again. The fog never cleared. And it's going to be... I think that's it for today. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. Nothing left to be done today regardless. But there was just no hope with that fog and all this snow of getting anything else done. Heading down for the night. Like to close the gate. Just sort of feels good to have the gate closed every night. But, yeah, the road is not plowed again. So with this latest batch of snow, we are back to having a snow-covered road. I'm not sure they're going to find someone else to do the plowing. Or, you know, maybe even it will be cleared tomorrow with some warmer weather. So get the gate closed, and I think we're going to head up to bed. Had a nice dinner, had a relaxing afternoon, but it is definitely proving to be a challenge here in the Yukon. Our load of wood is all in the trailer, which I think was a good push this afternoon. I think it was a good decision. Having it even further back here into the snow would have been a challenge. And as you can see, every bit of yard that I cleared this morning is already covered in snow. So I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to get some rest, and hopefully we have some better weather tomorrow, but we'll make it work no matter what. Either way, I appreciate you guys joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on the notifications before you leave. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods for today. It was certainly the struggle we thought it might be, and we are still in need of repairing the Polaris. We're going to have to plow ourselves out in the morning if the snow doesn't melt, and hopefully get up to the shop and get the skidder. But that's going to be all for this one, so I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. A sunny but cold third day of May here in the Yukon, and we are getting out and getting after today. We have got to get some work done, so just wrapping up clearing the snow out of the yard. And then we have some projects to get to. So county called this morning, and they still don't have anyone to plow the roads, so got up this morning and got the roads plowed. Another $250 coming in. They haven't paid me yet, but I'm sure it'll come through here soon. Have that load of wood in the back of the Ford that we want to get to the mill. And then it is going to be time to go buy the skidder and start getting some more forestry work done. I do think we're going to add a small sawmill to the property for the purpose of creating beams and planks. We won't be selling any wood at that sawmill, just producing goods. As you remember, we have to manually run our productions here in the Yukon. So don't want to be doing that at the big sawmill across the river. Standing there in their way is not going to be of any help. So we'll still be selling logs over there, but we will be starting to produce some stuff here. So just going to get this cleaned up. We have an absolute just ton of snow on the ground, and it is set to snow again come noon. So we have just a few hours to get things going here. So we're gonna have to hit it hard and hit it fast and try to beat the snow, which we are not always good at doing. The snow sort of comes when the snow wants to come, and it puts a damper on the day. Been up since early getting the roads plowed and making sure that our yard is all cleaned up and ready to go. As you can see, the piles of snow are getting to be quite large. They are certainly taller and bigger than the case at this stage. So just trying to keep the snow moving in the right direction. I'm hopeful, and the weather indicates that we should be getting a warm streak here. I'm hopeful that the snow is going to melt, and we are going to have a little bit of an easier time here for at least a little bit. We are losing so much daylight working time to getting the snow cleared out now. It is totally unexpected is what it is. You know, we came up here in April, and I thought for sure, you know, we'd have some time before the weather was really a problem. And let me tell you, the Yukon had other ideas and put us in our place. Not entirely sure that a giant pile of snow in front of the Ford's a good plan to get that moved as well. Just got to get this last little bit of the driveway cleared off, cleaned up, and ready to go. All right, here we are, just about done. I think there's just so much snow that we're pushing it. The piles are just growing and growing and taking over the road, the driveway here. It is near pandemonium here in the Yukon. All right, let's see about getting this pile at least knocked down a little bit in front of the Ford. There we go. I'm thinking we should get the Ford started, let it warm up. It is a cold morning. Maybe pull it down the drive just a little bit. And there we are. Let's just let it idle here and warm up for a minute while we finish clearing out where it was parked. As you can see, got the main drag and the landing all done. Thinking the sawmill's going in right over here. It's sort of tucked out of the way. It is still at the top of the drive, which I think is beneficial for eventually loading that stuff. We will have to drag trees, you know, potentially quite some distance to get there, but I can't really put it back further into the forest today because of the snow, so it is what it is. A couple more passes, and we should be all set. Now, picking up the skidder today is going to be a bit of a process. We do have... we're going to have to borrow the shop truck. I'm quite confident that our little dump trailer not only is not big enough to hold the skidder, but also the weight rating between the truck and the trailer is not going to be anywhere near what it needs to be. So I think we're going to have to drive up there with the truck, load it on the shop truck, pay them a rental fee, and then bring it back here, drive the shop truck back, drop it off, pick up our truck, and come back. It's going to be a bit of a project to get all the things where we need and want them. All right, let's see about getting this bit of snow cleaned up at the top of the drive. And I think, yeah, I'm thinking that's as good as we need to get it. With more snow on the way, we could spend hours and hours and hours getting the drive perfect, and then it'll just be covered again. All right, let's get that there, centered up. Great, you can see, I mean, how tall is that pile of snow? It's thick too. I mean, it is, we have so much snow on the ground here in the Yukon. All right, truck should be warmed up. Let's head to the mill. This is a partial load, remember? This is what was left over yesterday. I'm so glad we got it loaded up before the second snow hit. Digging it out today would have been a real hassle. Don't expect it to give us a full payment. Usually we make between like $6 and $8 grand per load. But I'm thinking this morning it's probably going to be about half that, just based on how many logs we have in the trailer. And we are somewhere between 3 and about 4 tons light compared to our normal loads as well. But just want to get it sold, get the trailer freed up, have it ready to go. We do need to find something to eat today, so I'm hopeful that if we can get on the barge, which is, you know, so risky with as slippery as it is, with all of this weight, got to be very, very careful on the bridges. And you can see, oh, we're sliding already, the bridges and the barge. But I'm hoping to throw a line in the water and see if we can catch ourselves some lunch at this point. So we'll jump up here and see how that goes. But other than that, I'm really hoping to get those down trees behind the greenhouse dragged out and taken to the sawmill, get the sawmill loaded up so we can start producing some goods there and maybe make a little bit more money. All right, man, the snow drift here. I even plowed and this is bad. All right, nice and slow. Oh, there's a barge coming. I'm betting we can't even go. All right, well, we'll let the barge go by. I'm going to run back here. I'm actually just going to fish off the pier right here. Let's see if that'll work. Oh, that was a good cast, guys. I am feeling good about that. Let's see if we can get hooked here. Oh, got away. Let's try it again. Can't take the ferry yet. The barge is still in the way, so let's see if we get that same fish back on the line here. Oh, might be getting wise to us. Oh, maybe. Whew. Cannot hook. Let's see if we get a little closer. Maybe less line out will make it easier for us. If this one doesn't work, I think it's time to get on the barge and get on with our day. Get one more cast out there in the middle. All right, got nothing. Let's see about getting on our way. Alrighty, here we go. Try a new spot, maybe better luck. It is cold out here today. Oh, this looks better. At least we got a fighting chance of getting something in. Oh, a bunch of trash. Real quick, one more cast off this side. Oh, I think that's a good one. That one feels good. Let's see what we get. Alright, we got it. We're fighting it. Nice. And we got a fish for the day. Food is taken care of. Look at that. Reward $1,000 for our fishing skills and prowess. Who would have known? Alright. Let's get the rest of this load to the mill. I will see you guys there. Nearly lost it on the bridge back there, but we managed to recover. Let's get in here and get this load of wood sold. Like I said, not expecting a ton from this load. Just want to get the trailer emptied and ready for the next project. Could be just loading more wood in it. $3,681. That is a good way to start the day off. Let's see about getting turned around up here. Got to be careful to stay out of the snowbanks. They will be unforgiving for sure. Alright, I think we can afford to get the trailer a little bit in the snow, as long as the truck has a grip on the road. Not bad at all. Alright, well, I'm going to head back to the camp, to our camp, and get ready to go drop off the trailer. I think it's time to head up to okay, here's the bridge, guys. This one almost got us last time. Oh, totally uneventful. And we'll head up to the shop and get that skidder picked up. So I'll see you guys back at camp. It was an uneventful trip home. I did throw a line in the water on the ferry. Didn't catch anything. So we are back, and it is time to get the trailer dropped off and out of the way. So where do I want to put the trailer so it's most out of the way? I'm thinking back here. Let's see if we can't get the trailer squared up a little bit and get the truck flipped around. May have wanted to plow a little bit more snow, but we'll just sort of bully our way in. Alright, I think that's a good spot for the trailer. And while we're here, may as well top off fuel. No point in letting the Ford run out of fuel again. She is a thirsty girl. Alright, we're going to head up to the shop. We're going to buy ourselves a skidder. We're going to get ourselves a sawmill, and we're going to come back and get all that set up and get to work. So I will see you guys at the shop in just a minute. I am intrigued to see what the shop yard looks like with all of this snow. When I left this morning after plowing the road, I tried not to plow them in, but there is a ton of snow up here. Oh, they've got a bunch cleared. Okay. I wonder who did that. Oh, look, they got a little box plow up here on the Volvo. Interesting. Okay. So the shop has a plow. Good to know. Hopefully don't find ourselves in need of that, but certainly a situation where we might. So I'm going to head into the shop. Let's try to get parked out of the way. Probably should have them load that bag of chicken feed on the truck while I'm here too. Oh, they have the big heavy hauler pulled out. Great. So we're going to buy the sawmill. They'll deliver that and get it set up for us real quick, and then we're going to haul the skidder back. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. Here is our new to us skidder. Dual winches on the back. They said they took it in on trade, gave it a once over. Looks good. Let's see what we're weighing today. Remember, delivery is $350 a ton. We are at basically 10,000 pounds, so 5 tons. So that's going to be what? Let's do the quick math there. I think that's going to be $1,750, but let's double check that. $350 times 5 tons. Yep, we are at $1,750. So let's get them low. Let's get the skidder loaded up, and then let's get them paid for the delivery. And I may run down and collect my plow payment from this morning as well. So $22,626 in the bank. That covers the purchase of the skidder and the sawmill, which they already ran down there for me, and have that all set up. So jumping up here, I'm hoping that not having chains on this is going to be okay. It is certainly going to be an adventure. Let's get this strapped down before I forget. And we'll get the ramps up. I'm going to run in and pay these guys for the delivery and go collect my payment for the plowing this morning as well. I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, all paid and money collected. We are squared up and good to go. We're going to drive this bad boy down there, get turned around, drop it off, come back up, pick up the truck, and go about our day. We also probably need to try to get a load of water today. I'm just so gun-shy about going down to the water after the Polaris went in for a swim. Still haven't gotten that thing pulled apart. Need to get the plugs out, get everything dried out, switch out the fluids. Just waiting to have a bit of a warmer day so we're not just working in the knee-deep snow, and that's an easy way to lose parts. You always drop something, and snow is not friendly when it comes to trying to find spare nuts, bolts, washers, pieces, parts, clips, all that stuff that you got to get into when servicing the vehicle. So heading down here now. We'll get this thing down here and delivered, unloaded, and then head back up to the shop. At that point, I'm hoping we can just get into some work. It just feels like we haven't gotten anything done for several days while we've been fighting this snow, and just really, really wanting to get after it and start getting some more money in the bank. Particularly, we've been doing so well about having more money than we started with, despite spending some. But today, we've officially broken that streak, and we are going to be, no matter what we get done today, we're going to be going to bed with less money than we started with. So it is going to be in a bit of an uphill battle. Keeping in mind, we have that $250,000 payment due next April, basically end of April, beginning of May, for the second half. Well, for the first half of the land, and then an additional payment if we want the second half of the land. So trying to build up our coffers and keep things moving without, stressing too much about that payment coming up. But we certainly need to get some money in the bank. Now, as we get closer to the driveway and the drop-off, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get this massive truck and trailer turned around up here. We did clear a little bit. So maybe we pull past and try to back it up the drive a little bit. Maybe that's the play. Well, let's get out and let's get the skidder pulled off. Let it idle for a second while the ramps finish going down. This is a cool skidder. This is a great pickup, about $45,000. We're gonna put it to work. Like I said, just really hopeful that the lack of chains on the tires with the mud up here does not come back to bite us. Sounds good too. Alrighty, let's get this pulled up part of the way. Hey, there's our sawmill got dropped off. Look at that. Looking good. Look at that thing. Winner, winner, sawmill for dinner. Well, sawmill, eat a bunch of planks and boards and everything else. That'll be great. All right, now we got to get the delivery truck turned around and brought back. That could be the hardest part of this. That truck is definitely set up to haul much larger equipment. Our little skidder was not a big deal. Too heavy for the Ford to pull back, but certainly not. And we don't really have a trailer big enough is really sort of the bigger issue, I guess. So let's see about getting this guy turned around without ending up in the snowbank. So I think you get a truck this size stuck, you are sort of up a creek, as they say. All right, that's not quite going to work. May need to get it straightened out, get it to go up the driveway just a little bit. I want to be able to swing wide of this snowbank that's now on our left as we go to leave. To be a little careful, it is a steer axle trailer, so we could hit the post there. All right, well, you know, that was uneventful. So I'm going to run back up to the shop. I'm going to swap trucks, get the Ford back, bring that bag of chicken food back. And I think it's time to get to work dragging some logs to the sawmill. So I'll see you guys when we're pulling back into camp. Arriving back at camp, I'm excited to get to work with this skidder. Let's get the Ford pulled out of the way. We're going to have to do a little bit of unloading here, but we'll leave it there for right now. And let's see about getting that strap off. All right, so here are all of the trees over here that we have to drag back to the sawmill. I think we're going to do all of them, but I got to get a bunch of them out of there. I've been debating cutting down a couple of these deadwoods by the camper. I mean, these things look terrible. So I think we might start by felling those and trying to get those out of here and see if we get those into the sawmill first. Yeah, really hoping they don't fall on the camper here for sure. Gonna have to wait and get the stumps come spring, or at least until the snow disappears. I mean, I guess I technically can see that one, so maybe not. But let's go grab the skidder. Let's start dragging a few trees over. First time on the series. Let's grab, I think we want to get this guy just out of the way. He actually could use a little bit of fuel. Trying to finish up this can of fuel we have over here. There we go. Worked out perfectly. Alright, and we're done here. Now for the skidder. Now I've not used this piece of equipment, so we're going to be doing this together. I think the easy part's going to be let's get backed up and hooked up. Not sure if each cable line can hold more than one log, or if we're going to be pulling just two at a time, or how that's going to work. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be an adventure either way. All right, jump on out, grab a line, get that one connected. Now, let's see, can we figure out the winch controls? We can. Okay, great. So far, so good. Now, do we grab a second line? Is that what we're here to do? It sure looks like it. Okay. I mean, that's 2 lines, 2 trees. That seems like a great start to me. Ooh, poles with no problem. Now, they're deadwood, so we don't expect them to be very heavy. Gotta watch behind us, make sure we're not running into too much stuff. Alright, now we gotta drop them off on this side of the sawmill. And then get turned around. We're gonna have our first foray into the skidder's off-road abilities, playing in the snow a little bit. Okay, so that's not bad. And then how do we get the sawmill? Got to get the sawmill to take the trees. Got to get them loaded in. That's not it. Let's see. There we go. 3,543 liters of wood in the sawmill, ready to be processed. First trip with the skidder. Guys, I'm excited. This is exactly what I was hoping it was going to be. Now, it's going to get a heck of a lot harder here as we work our way into this snowy field. So we're just going to take our time and go little by little and see how this works. So let's grab the far winch line and grab. These are going to be much, much heavier trees than those two deadwoods. So, ooh, we got the blade on the front. I like that. Yeah, that's going to be pushing the capacity. And these were not small logs to begin with. Now we got two of them hooked up. Whoa. Taking the dog for a walk on this one. Oh, she doesn't have a lot of quit. We are tangled on a third log, which may be part of the problem. I'm going to let some winch line out and see if we can't get down on the front wheels a little bit. Alright, let's back it up. Maybe a little bump and run. There we go. Yeah. Riding it. Alright, we got to get turns. We don't hit the chicken coop. Once we get around the corner here, I'm hoping it's just that we're stuck on that third tree. And that once we get untangled, we will be... Oh, that's why we got a grill guard on the Ford, guys. We are in the corner with the chicken coop. Oh yeah, it definitely wants to pull that way. We got to be more careful. Let's let some line out. Let's get away from everything. Because it is pulling us hard to the left there. And that is not the direction we want to be going. Alright, now we can get up and get after it. That is crazy. Look at that. This thing, it's got power. Might be lacking a little bit of ballast. I'm thinking one log might be the play from now on. Oh, we're getting up on our sawmill. That's not good either. Alright, let's try bringing the line in. Alright, we will just go down to one line here. That was fun, but we're going to break something if we keep doing that. Alright, let's grab one. Grab this one. I think once we're in there, too, we should be able to just pull with the winch the other one into the mill, so that'll work. I mean, this thing doesn't seem to care too much about the snow yet. That's good news. Alrighty. And let's get this one loaded in. 8,400. That was a 5,000 liter log. That is great news. I'm liking our little skidder, guys. This thing is nice. I mean, I'd love to have a huge one that can pull 8 or 10 full-size logs, but for the money we have, this was the right choice. It articulates, which helps it steer a little bit. It's got the blade on the front that goes up and down. I mean, look at that. Looking good. Okay, there we are. Let's get it winched in. Get it pulled over a little bit. Alright. I think that's all she needs. Load it to the sawmill from there. I like this thing, guys. I am excited for what it is going to do for us. Alright, 13,000, another 5,000 liters worth of wood going into the sawmill. I don't know that we need to load many more logs. I want to because I'm having a good time, but I think from a logistics standpoint, I'm not sure how much more it helps to load these logs into the sawmill. I think what we'll do is we'll pull this one over, we'll put this one in just because we're here and I'm having fun and enjoying it, and then we'll run the sawmill till lunch and see how much we get done. Maybe make some planks, see how that goes. Oh yeah, she likes to buck. Yeah, these are big, big trees. And that's a lot of wood. Okay. And we're not pulling with the Ford anymore. Even better. Oh, did we finally do it? Finally find some snow that the skidder got stuck in? I don't think so. I think we're good. Alright, so it's 10, just about 10:30 now. Why don't we run this for about 2 hours? We'll take a lunch break around 12:30. See what we get done. I'll check in with you guys in about 2 hours. See you in a minute. Time to break for lunch, but we got about a half pallet of planks, half pallet of long planks, and a half pallet of wood beams done this morning. As you can see, it is starting to snow again. I'm gonna head back to the camper and have some fish and veggies, get a nice lunch in, and come back out. And I suspect, based on the weather forecast, we'll probably just run the mill. It's going to be cold, but just run it until tonight when it's quitting time. So I'll grab some lunch and I'll check back in with you guys when I have an update. All right, that was a long afternoon getting the mill running. Have just under 2 pallets of planks, long planks, and beams. I'm going to break for dinner, guys. We did get more snow. I'm hopeful. Let's head over and look at the forecast. May day 4, 45 and raining. I am hoping that helps clear up some of our snow. So for this episode, that's all we're going to get. Very exciting stuff. Got the sawmill, got the skidder, got some trees loaded. We did a bunch of snow work again, but I think we're in a really, really good spot to get things done. So I'm going to head in, have some dinner. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. That's all from the Northwoods for this one, but I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Northwoods Survival. I'm BP, and we're here to test our grit against the Yukon. Just getting a little bit of work done on the Polaris, trying to get it back up and running. Wanted to bring you guys in and give you a quick update. Had snow on the ground this morning and was going to lead to rain, which obviously we're in now, but the rain did melt the snow, which is great news. Back to not fighting the snow. So got up at 6 this morning, had breakfast, and then ran the sawmill all morning. Did have to drag a couple of logs over to keep it fed, but we are in good shape. Did make an important discovery, and the pallets on this map are 5,000 liters, so they are much larger than before. That's why they weren't popping out last night when we got to 1,000 liters. So that is, I think, both exciting news and a little bit troublesome because the pallets are going to be hard to produce. So been running the saw for about 5 hours now. Just started getting into the Polaris. I'm going to get the Polaris back up and running. I got to figure out, I got to get plugs, I got to get some fluids, got to get some stuff done on it. And then we'll probably break for lunch and hope that the rain clears up after lunch. It's been sort of a wet morning, a wet, cold morning with the snow this morning, but got to get up and got to get the work done. So I will see you guys after lunch when we have the Polaris back up and running. Not a bad little project, $456 down the drain, but bear with me now. The Polaris is back up and running. So glad to have the vehicle back. We're going to try not to put it in the river again. That was not only just a bad experience, but so incredibly cold as well. We need to get water. I know we need to prioritize the ramp. Just trying to push on all fronts here. So we're going to drive down to the bridge. We've gotten water from there successfully in the past, instead of taking that big steep ledge like we had over here in front. And then at some point we are going to just have to build a ramp down to the water. So we'll have to get in there. But for right now, I think we have like maybe 800 liters of water left in our cistern and in our holding tank, and we just absolutely have to have water in there today or we're going to run into problems. The chickens won't have water, we won't have water, the greenhouse won't have water. Now the greenhouse also, we hadn't been filling it all that much because of the weather, is just about out of seed as well. I'm not actually sure this is going to be much better here, guys. I thought we had good luck here the other day down by the water's edge, but I'm starting to think that maybe that was just fond memories. Oh yeah, we got to have the trailer going straight into the water. We cannot have the trailer going around the corner on us, or we will end up. Yeah, guys, I don't know. That makes me so nervous. And are we even able to get water at that height? No. No, that's going to be too much. Was it better over here? Is this where we had better luck? Is it less angle? Is maybe that the case? Yeah, this looks like it's a much better angle instead of that steep drop off. Just got to be slow going, getting back to the water's edge. There we go. Winner, winner, water tank full. Alright, let's head back. I think we're going to have to do this 2 or 3 times. We need a lot of water for the next couple of days. And we definitely should be filling our tank when the filling is easy. Because as we learned, doing it in the snow was a bad plan. I think the rest of the afternoon we're going to try to get the other trees cleared off of the lot behind the greenhouse. Get those pulled over, maybe process some, maybe sell some. We also need to or could sell our pallets of planks, beams, and long planks and make a little bit of money, try to get the bank account back up and in order. I'm just wondering if we really... Should we just build the ramp? It's probably just the thing that we should do. It's not probably, it is just the thing we should do. All right, let's make a project out of that. I didn't really want to spend the time doing that today, but I don't really see any other way to do it. We're going to go grab the case, and we'll grab the stump grinder or the mulcher here real quick and head down there. We're going to have to use the shovel. I suspect we'll need the yarder because we'll probably have to cut a couple of trees down over there as well. Since we're grabbing the case now, I would like to get rid of these 2 stumps over here that we knew we left because of the snow. Alright, let's just see about getting rid of these guys. Alright, that one's gone, and that one's gone. I know from pulling a couple more logs over here this morning that these 2 stumps are definitely ones that we're getting caught on. We're coming out right over here, so you know, this is a high traffic area. All right, got that done. Gonna have to be careful not to get the tracks caught up in the mud when we get down here. I'm hoping we can just go right in at the bottom of the drive here and just put a little ramp in. Not sure how all that's going to work, but we're going to get after it and figure out how to make that work. So I think the deadwoods will cut down. Let's get the grinder all set up. And let's clear an area so we can see what we're working with. And again, need to be super careful getting close to the edge here. This could be another vehicle in the water, which is not something we want to make a habit out of. All right, this ground is relatively uneven, so keeping the header from grinding us to a stop. Plus, we are in the mud. Yeah, we're already getting ourselves into trouble here in the mud. All right, can we get a there we go. That's what we're looking for. And now we're just stuck again. Are we able to back up at all? Nope. That was exactly what I was worried about. Everything is harder in the Yukon. Would love to be able to just get a little bit of traction here. And nope, I think we are stuck. Oh. We had just a moment of progress. I think the problem is all this rain. We're just sinking in absolutely everywhere we touch. So, yeah, you look at that, we're just in a pit. Alright, let's see if that did anything for us. One more try, and then I think we got to get the Ford, and we got to get pulled out. Okay. That's all she wrote. We made one pass, and we got it stuck. So let's go get the truck, and we'll get her pulled out, and we'll continue on from there. And nothing comes easy up here. Got to work for everything. That's why it's so important that we keep gravel around and get gravel down. I almost wonder, what if we use the skidder? Talking about dragging a couple of trees up here anyways. Maybe we should just get the skidder. Interesting, if you guys caught down at the bottom right-hand corner, you can see we have the ability to lock our differentials now. I was definitely using the locking differential earlier when it came to dragging the logs out of the snow. Needed every bit of wheel turning grip, ounce of grip we could get, so did that and enjoyed it. So that is a nice added benefit. All right, here we go. Are we going to find a spot for the skidder? We don't want to push into the water. That is for sure. Are we going to have an attachment point? There might not be an attachment point on this. We might have to get back in here and push it. Alrighty. Well, let's see if a little bit of finagling with the old winch cable did anything. It does not appear that it did. We are just so stuck in this mud. See if we can walk it a little bit here. Does that give us anything? Nope. Alright. Gonna have to be much more careful getting things in and out back here. I think for right now, I think we're gonna drop a tree and get it pulled out of here. So we'll start with that. Nope, don't want to get in there. Working in the weeds. Let's get that one attached. Don't really want to put this tree into the water. So we're going to attach it and hope it doesn't pull us. Oh. Okay. Well, that's a thing that happened. I'm going to fell this one away from the equipment. And then let's grab a line and see if we can get... I mean, no, nothing like getting your feet wet again. Yep, we got it. I think we got good boots on. Might get a 2-for-1 here if I play this right. I might be able to pull that log in such a way as to come up behind this case and push it a little bit. We did not. We gave it the old college try, though. Alright, we'll grab the other line. Deadwood, we can definitely take 2. These are going right to the mill. Deadwood, our mill. Deadwood does not sell well at the big sawmill, so there's no point in chopping it up and cutting it in over there. We are bucking bronco heading up this hill. Maybe we got to shorten up the straps a little bit, get the front end off the ground so it stops catching on things. She ain't fast, but she's getting the job done. 7, 8, 9 miles an hour. Now we're getting on the straightaway. 10. Picking up some speed. I am really liking our new skidder. Alright, let's drop both of these. And then let's come around the back. I'm going to delimb these real quick because putting those through the sawmill just makes it an absolute mess. So let's see. There we are. Alright, perfect. Do not want the limbs in the sawmill. That just makes a mess and is certainly not good for any of our productions. Now we got to take the skidder down there. Now the trees are out of the way, and it's time to push the case out of the mud. Since there is no winch attachment point, just got to give it a little bit of a nudge. And then hopefully we can get some gravel. That's a stump. Not looking where I'm driving. Alright, so let's see. We're going to try to get the back blade behind it without going into the water, and just very gently nudge it. Alright, let's see if that was enough to get it out of the hole it was in. It might just be buried, guys. That might just be all we got. It really Can we get it to walk just a little bit? It's walking the tiniest bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough to pull it out. Nope. Alright, well, the ramp is proven to be a big project. See if we can't get a push here. Probably should get the mulcher off the ground. Decrease its resistance there. So we're not pushing the mulcher in the ground either. Yeah, see, that's going to make a big difference there. Okay. Question is, can we get the skidder and the case stuck? Because that seems like something we might be able to do. Gotta keep momentum. Gotta keep momentum. Alright, so I'm thinking... Here's what I'm thinking, guys. The mud's the problem, right? So if we come in here and we carefully grind in reverse... At least... Oh, don't get too far into the road. At least for the majority of it, we should be in good shape. So let's come back down here. And... don't pull forward onto the mud. Gotta go around that stump a little bit. Okay, we got a little strip here we should be able to get. Oh. Come on, we got to get that stump without getting caught in the mud. I think we're getting caught in the mud here, guys. Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be it, and that might just have been it. Yeah, getting through this is going to be a challenge. Alright, I'm going to work on clearing the rest of this, probably put it on a time lapse so that we're not constantly going back and forth with getting stuck. And I will pull you guys back in when we're at the next step. See you in a minute. This is at least as big a project as I thought it was going to be. So let's start trying to get some gravel in here so we can get some grip. It's just getting stuck absolutely every time. We went back and forth. Got most of it mulched up. Just got to get some done. There we go. That way I can get down here and get to that other stump. Gonna make a nice wide landing here. And then just gotta trace the ground with the hill. Beautiful. We're gonna have to go up and grab our surveyor to make sure that we get... Oh, don't get caught in that mud. So you're almost home free here, guy. Almost got all the mud taken care of. We have to go up and get our surveyor so we can actually build a ramp down. But before we do that, we're going to need to get the rest of the gravel done and the stumps taken care of. Oh, we are very, very tippy. All right, here we go. Final little push. Have a nice landing. Excellent. That is so much better than what we had before. Now, let's go get rid of some stumps. Probably should gravel in the ground on our gravel pit as well. But that might be a project for another day. Alrighty. See if we can't just get rid of these stumps. Oh, got to come back in, do a little gravel repair there. Got a little too close. Alright, excellent. So 2 little spots to get touched up. That's not a big deal. And then once we get the surveyor, we'll come down and get that set up and have that good to go. Alright. Let's get those 2 spots cleaned up. Don't need any mud for anyone to get stuck in. Particularly this one over here by the water's edge. Alright, beautiful. That's what we're looking for. Now we just got to get low enough to the water. We can actually get some water in our tank without risking going in. I'm going to just put a little gravel on the ground here. Just a touch. So pulling in and pulling out does not become such a big project. Alright, I'm going to run this back up. And grab... Actually, should I grab that? Or should I just run up there and do it? I think probably should just run up there and grab it, because with the surveyor, we're going to need both the shovel down here and the case anyways, so no advantage of bringing it back up yet. Definitely burning through the daylight hours here. We're going to try to catch a fish off of our new ramp as well when we're done with it. So that'll be a project. Got to find something to eat for today. Had some leftovers and some veggies and some stuff for lunch, but I don't have a good protein source for today yet. So we will have to figure that out next. All right, so let's get the Polaris all set up. And then our surveyor is in this box. Oh, come on, buddy. Alright, it is in there. So a strap on it. And away we go. Alright, I'm going to get the surveyor set up. And then I will be right back. And we'll get the ramp put in. See you guys in a second. We have the surveyor set up, and we are taking out some material here. I think we're going to deal with that first. Little bit of hill here, and then come back and get down lower. We may have to get even lower to the water. Oh boy, that's a nose stand. Don't need that. Okay, let's stop bouncing around. There we go. Just gonna pick it up and put it in over here. Perfect. And now, oh, we got hail. Even better. So just trying to smooth this area down closer to the water. Gonna go real nice and slow so we don't end up going into the water. That would be a problem. Certainly we are going to get a lot of gravel out of this, so no point in not using it here. Alright, May have to move our surveyor a little bit. Nice and easy. Just using the grade to let us clean this up a bit. This could take a couple of trips. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on. Come on, bring it back. Our case is just a little bit lightweight for this project. Just the bucket holds a bit more than it can balance. All right, I'm going to get the surveyor moved, and I'm going to keep working on this. I'll throw this on a time lapse for you guys and bring you back when we have ourselves a ramp to talk about. See you guys in a minute. That was a huge project. I'm going to throw the time lapse on the end because of how long it was, but we have a great ramp for getting water now. I am very, very happy with how this turned out. Just got to get down there and get in. Now we shouldn't have any issues with sliding into the water. I mean, obviously, if there's snow and ice, could be a bit of a different story, but we should be able to fill up nice and easy. Make a couple of trips now, getting some water. The hail has not stopped, and when it does, it looks like it's going to rain. Another beautiful day of weather here in the Yukon, but at least there isn't snow on the ground. So let's get this load of water in. I think we're going to end up doing one more after this as well. That should be about 2,700 liters of water, which should keep us going for a little. Actually, we're full right there. Look at that. I am, just once again, because we're a touch gun shy from our previous experiences, I'm going to go fill this up and have a full tank of water up here. Just in case it gets slippery, just in case it gets wet, whatever might happen, we want to have as much water around as possible. So let's just see. Let's see how the little ATV does with this setup. Drop it in here. That's not going to cut it, is it? We tried. Could have made the ramp wider, but it took so much time. That was a lot of dirt to move with the case. Certainly if we get a bigger loader at some point, we could definitely come down here and I think make short work of widening the ramp. But we did get a ton of gravel out of this, so that is also a benefit, so we can get all of our paving gravel yard needs done. I mean, we had to put 25,000 liters of gravel in that pile, so more than double what we started with. So we are in good shape. All right, swing in here, anticipating that we're not going to need this. And that trailer is snappy, I'll give you that. It likes to go hard one way or hard the other way. Trailer's detached. Now let's go clean up the rest of our mess down there, all the rest of our equipment. And, you know, let's align the water. Let's see what we can get down here off of our new ramp. Nice, easy spot to fish. Definitely need to catch ourselves some dinner. And maybe we, maybe after that we pull some more logs over to the sawmill and run that for the rest of the day. I was hoping to get some stuff sold, but, you know, we weren't also planning on doing the ramp project, which I think was a huge success. Let's come down here. A little fishing in the hail. See what we can get. But yeah, I think we'll load up the sawmill to full and run it for a couple hours this afternoon. We've run it for 4 or 5 already this morning, which is good news. So we are in good shape there. Oh, come on. Oh, we're fighting this fish. We are not having much luck. This fish is getting the better of us right now. Let's see. I think we're starting to pull ahead a little bit. And do we even get a fish? What do we hook into? A bucket. Well, that's not going to do it. Maybe get a little height here. Try over here. Gotta catch ourselves some food. Need something to eat. Oh, I think we got a good one on this one. This one feels good. And what do we got? Come on, bring it in. Nice. A nice trout for dinner off our new fishing spot. Excellent. Food is taken care of. The ramp is taken care of. Probably need to bring the surveyor up. Shouldn't leave that out. Down by the road. Let's go ahead and get the case brought up. And man, hear that hail hitting the case. Case has been a workhorse for us. Been absolutely putting in work. Almost 4.5 hours on it. At least one of those was put on doing that ramp. That little bucket on the front of the case, great tool. Not sure it's quite the right tool for moving that much dirt, but hey, you work with what you have when you have it here in the Yukon, and there's not much else to be done there. So I think we'll tuck this guy back in here for right now. Might try to grab that dead wood and bring that over to the mill. That one right back there behind in the middle. Clear out all the dead wood around the trailer. Don't need anything falling on the trailer. Oh, you guys, you know what? I almost forgot. We have to get our greenhouse. Let's see. Yeah, 75 liters of seed. That is not going to do it. Nope, come on, hold on to the bag here, guy. Bring it around front and get it dumped in. Have to keep the greenhouse cycling so we can go and get and keep stuff moving. All right, let's see. Yeah, we are full there. You know what, we'll leave it right here. Easy to grab for next time. Now, let's grab the skidder. I guess actually, technically, we'll run the surveyor up here first, and then we'll grab the skidder. Last trip up for the day. I think we can even afford to close the gate. We'll be up here for the night. And I was looking on the way up, and there's a deadwood tree right here next to the walkway, or right next to the driveway as well. So I say, why not drag that one up too? We're here to process wood. There's no reason this piece of wood shouldn't get processed. It's easy. It's right here. And we're driving by it, so why not bring it to the mill? And there we are. Nicely attached, ready to go. Get this one dragged in a bit. I think we'll grab the other deadwood, maybe a couple of other trees, and get the sawmill loaded up so we can run it. Man, that is really, really tight. with those pallets of goods sticking out. Also not overly keen about leaving our pallets, our planks and our beams, our pallets of goods out in the weather. Thinking we might need a shed of some sort to store those in. But with $10,000 in the bank, I'm not sure, you know, we can afford a shed. But I think that's got to be a goal. We got to start heading that direction and getting some more infrastructure put in. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. He can be cut nice and low to the ground. Grab a line. Hook it up. See if we can winch it in over the stump, or at least around it. Yep, there's the... Oh, boy. Our best bucking bronco impression. Just about walked it back over the top. Gotta be careful. Whoa. I think we clipped the edge of the trailer there. That's not good. Fiberglass and wood logs do not go well together. Alright, great. We'll drop that guy there. I think we need to widen the gravel pad a bit over here, but that might be a project for tomorrow. Alright. Let's get these logs cleaned up. Don't want any branches going into the mill. Just makes a mess. Alright, 8,900 liters of wood, not bad. I'd like to be between 15 and 20,000 to run the rest of the day. I don't think we'll use that much, but I also, once we get up and running, don't like to stop running the mill to go load up. So maybe, ooh, do we sneak down this way? Is this the play? Look at this move. This is a huge one, and I think that one's going to be relatively big too. So let's start with one. Yeah, already bucking us around a little bit with just the one. Don't want to turn in too tight along our fence. Wind the winch in. The winch is nice and fast on this skidder too. Loving that. Yeah, I'm thinking that tree maybe on the list of trees to go. Making that turn a little bit snug. I mean, it's just a testament to how many trees we felled the other day. I mean, I've pulled probably another 5 out of here this morning, and we pulled 5 or 6 out the day before, and there's still a whole bunch over here. Just a ton of trees. Alright, let's grab the winch and let's see. We want to pull it by that stump. There we go. Get it pulled in line. Pull it up a little bit tight. I did figure out the back blade on this thing. Look at that. See how it tips? So you can pick up the front end so it doesn't catch on things as much. Been using that as well. I mean, so far we're doing okay with the skidder without chains. We haven't been in a lot of mud. It did rescue the case a couple times, which was nice, but it has not been tested in truly that Yukon black gold mud, that slick, nasty, sticky, slippery mess that eats our case all the time. Alright, 18,000. I'm thinking one more load, whether it's 2 small trees or one big tree, get it dragged over, and we'll start processing from there. What do we think? Yeah, we're going to go for it. We're taking both of these. That only leaves one. That's tough. Maybe we take a second trip, guys. I don't like leaving one tree out here. I like having things cleaned up a little more than that. Plus 1 means we're going to have to fell more trees before we use it anyways. So is it really helpful to use just one? I'm thinking probably not. Let's see, I can talk myself into just about anything. Oh. I want this winch line. So apparently you can connect more than two. Not sure our little skidder's got the power for more than two, but I'll try to get these pulled up so when we get to a stump like this, we can lift up and over it. Yeah, we'll go grab that last tree. There's no point in leaving one of them. And then the mill will be fully loaded, so we could run it for a day or two if we needed to. We're not going to. We're going to try to get more done. I'm hoping the weather is clear tomorrow. I mean, not complaining about rain and hail compared to snow. The snow just absolutely stops us in our tracks. But it would be nice, you know, heading into summer here. Maybe we could have, you know, a nice sunny summer day. Probably be full of mosquitoes, but, you know, any variation, any variety is the spice of life. So won't complain about that. All right, last tree. And then we're going to go run this thing till dinner. And that's going to be it for May Day 4. It was a good one. Got a lot done. The snow disappeared. Got our ramp built for... Okay, now see, we got to be careful, because we're on the stump here. We know that'll happen. We tip this thing over, it's going to be a problem. Alright, let's get it wrenched in the rest of the way so the front's off the ground. I know I've said it about 6 times, but guys, I really like this skidder. This is what I was hoping for. Something that worked like this, and this has been fantastic. I think long term we might need something a little bit heavier, but for right now, this is a godsend compared to pulling them with the old Ford. Okay, those are in. Let's get them loaded up. All right, so it is it's 5:23. We got a couple hours here. I'm gonna run the mill, and I will see you guys when it's quitting time. Not a bad bit of afternoon work. Got a couple more pallets out. We have 15,000 liters of everything out of the sawmill. That is a good day's work right there. So I think we're going to call it. I'm going to go have some dinner. It's still raining, getting pretty wet out here between the hail and the rain. It has been a long day outside, but we got great work done. Huge amounts of success. Got the ramp put in, got the sawmill running a bunch today, making us some money. Looking forward to selling that stuff tomorrow and getting ahead a little bit financially. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. Channel memberships are available if you'd like to support my content further, and channel members do get early access to upcoming videos. From the Great Northwoods, that's all for today, but I'll see you in the next one.